what do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Hey, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's me, Legal Vices. And we're going to be doing a stream here. We're going to be doing a live stream of a new trial. This is the trial of Juan David Ortiz, a former border agent who is accused of being a serial deleter. We're only a minute and 22 seconds into this. I want to keep our monetization as long as possible. But he's been accused of deleting 4 women of negotiable affections, shall we say. He confessed to the police that he deleted the 4 women of negotiable affections, but he's pled not guilty. So I'm curious to see where this is going to go. I guess, and by the way, for those of you that don't know, I just came from doing another 2-hour stream, and I rated myself here, so I'm still wearing my Legal Vices Maritime Monday hat, and it is really super hot. So I'm going to take it off. Woo, take it off. All right, there we go. And, wow, Mike Morrison starts us off with some questions. Legal Vices, have you heard of the Face Eater murder trial? It started in Florida today. Was this like the guy from a million years ago that was on bath salts that ate the dude's face off? Well, there goes my monetization, I'm sure. That ate the dude's face off on the side of the road. Is that finally going to trial? Huh, wow. I had not heard it was going to trial. But anyway, so here's the news on this. Like I said, opening statements are scheduled for today in this trial. I had no idea this trial was going on until one of my mods, I believe it was Rose. If it wasn't Rose, whoever it was, thanks. I believe it was Rose, though, had mentioned this was going today. So I thought we'll do it. Now, those of you that know me and know what I live in Korea. Right now, it is 12:03 a.m. And so I'm basically going to be spending most of my night doing this. I'm going to do as much as I physically can with this trial. I hadn't prepared to get myself into trial mode for this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it every day. It's expected to go 2 weeks. I don't know if I'm everybody going to be guys. Pastor of Muppets on the side of the road. Would that be roadkill face? Nice. I don't know if I'm physically going to be able to do my normal streams plus all-nighters plus do my regular job. But I'm going to do this as absolutely as much as I possibly can. So that's the only promise I can give you. I can't promise I'm going to be doing all of it every day, but I'm going to give it a fighter's chance and do everything I can. And maybe we can get someone like potentially Criminal or somebody to pick up the slack and take over at lunchtime or something like that. We'll just have to work. Well, we're going to play this by ear. And how much are we playing this by ear? 2 hours ago, this trial was scheduled to start at 4 minutes ago. So that would be 9 Central where this is happening in Texas. But then as soon as I dumped myself into this stream here and rated myself, I see that it's now scheduled for 25 minutes from now. So we've basically got to kill the next 25 minutes waiting for this trial to start. So let's bear with me. I guess we can go back and read some of the background information about this trial. We can talk about it and see what's going on. We have 508 viewers here, and the trial starts 25 minutes from now. So hang tight, bear with. It's on Court TV, but we're not watching the Court TV stream. We're watching the KSAT out of Texas, the local news. We're watching their stream because I'm hoping they have less of a chance of being copyright cucks than Court TV tends to be. And I'm just killing time here for the next 25 minutes, so we can get to know each other, for those of you that don't know me, and we can read a little bit about the background of the case and make sure we're all up to speed. First of all, Let's just do a quick. I haven't done a quick check-in for a long time. Where is everybody checking in from? I'm curious as to. Oh God, I was just bringing up the videos and I see yes here. Law and Crime, Law and Crime Network has live coverage of the Face Eater murder trial, Florida versus Austin Haroof. Oh God, I love I love their captions and their titles. The Face Eater murder trial. Oh, that's funny. All right. Okay. Well, where do we go from that? I'm sorry, this isn't the Face Eater murder trial. This is just the prostitute serial killer trial. So that's what we're going to be looking at here today. Let me catch up here and see. We're from Michigan, Minnesota, Arizona, Alabama. Very global chat. Very cool. Yeah, we got some Buffalo, New York, Columbia, Texas, Cincinnati, Oregon, San Diego, Philly, West Michigan, Iowa, Dallas, Texas, Melbourne, Australia, Wisconsin for life, Missouri, USVI. We got the Virgin Islands. Wow, cool. Lots of Texas people here. Oh, interesting. Where the hell's the 303? I have no idea where the 303 is. I live in Korea. Portland, last hour of your shift. Which Portland, Maine or Oregon? There's more than one of those. Arizona. All right, we got Boston, North. God, we got a lot of people from the States here. The hellhole that is Seattle. I used to play back in the late 80s. I used to like go from Utah to visit my friends at UW. And we used to play tackle out on Red Square in the university, tackle football. That was great. Play tackle football on brick. It's pretty cool. UK is here. All right, we got a high number from the States. Good morning, everybody in the States. Fedorovsky's still from Norway. This is kind of nice. Everybody's like waking up early from the States. Liverpool, Joe. Yeah, we know Joe's still there. So, all right, that's a good cross section of where we're all from. Love to see that. And for those of you that don't know who oh wow, we've already got like one super chat here. Where'd it go? What the hell is going on? Oh my God! Stop! What is happening here? Ugh! I literally don't know what's going on. You guys are killing me. Hang on, I've got to scroll up through here and make sure. Now, Mike, I'm gonna have to have a little talk here with you in just a second. Seriously, we've got. All right, everybody. First of all, before I do anything else, nobody send any super chats for the next 30 seconds. I have to check. I have to catch up. Everybody that's here, thank you so much. My mods, you're doing a great job. Those of you that are sticking around for this unexpected trial and doing double duty, love you guys. You guys are so awesome. We're going to be doing a mod stream at some point during December to let all the mods come on. You can meet the mods if they want to join. Everybody that's here in chat, thank you so much while we wait for the next 20 minutes or so for this trial to start. Great to have you guys here. I know there's a huge number of people that just put this on in the background like I do when I'm at the office. I just have YouTube running. Those of you that have it on the background, whether you're driving, working at the office, hanging around the house, doing housework, doing whatever it is, I deeply appreciate you as well. And I'd be grateful if you just pop in on a little bit later and hit the like button. And we'll see how that goes. But wow, for those of you that don't know, who am I and why am I here and why am I streaming this? I'm a lawyer. I'm licensed in the state of Utah, but I live in Korea. I've lived here for about 34 years. I do mainly maritime and admiralty law with a good chunk of corporate law mixed in. That's my main deal, but I still love covering these trials. And we just have a lot of fun doing this stuff. And I didn't know that this was happening until this morning. So I thought I would just jump on, grift as much as possible, do our thing, and we can spend some time together. All right, now we've got to go back here, scrolling down here. We got to clear some super chats, and then we'll talk about super chats here in just a bit. Our first super chat comes from Flux. Flux, if you want to see a good channel, go to Flux Paints. Search for Flux Paints, and you'll get Flux. She's a great painter. She's a good friend, super person. Just started her YouTube channel. Go make sure you subscribe to her. She's just north of 500 subs right now. We want to get her up to 1,000 as soon as possible because she deserves it. Flux says, you're like a kid with candy. Don't know when to stop. Eating till you're sick. Streaming till you drop from sleep. That's what I try. Hey, you only go around this little life cycle of ours, the circle of life. You only go around once. Now, Mike Morrison is doing some stuff here. Mike Morrison, I'm in Texas, heard about this guy, and it should be good. A hell of a week for trials. Thank you, sir. So I'm going to do as much as I'm physically able. probably can get us at least till lunchtime every day. And then I'll have to make some decisions. But for those of you that don't know, I just kind of have this standing rule that $100 super chats get a shot of whiskey. Now, Mike, you may not have seen my previous trial, but I'm about 7 shots in right now. So I'm trying to control this. We've got the week. Just save this for Friday, please. For the love of God, save this for Friday. But this is all I got left right here. That's like about 3 shots, and then the rest is out of arm's reach. But we'll talk about this here in just a second. $100 super chats trigger immediate shots from me. So Mike, it's a pleasure to have you here. You are also generous. You're a kind man. Great to have you aboard. I know you said you hated me when you first saw me, but I appreciate you not hating me anymore. Cheers. These aren't tasting as good as they did 8 shots ago, but thank you anyway. Scrolling down more, Wild Red 1905. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hey, I thought I could ask this now. What's a good starter whiskey? Say $50. I would recommend a bourbon. For a bourbon, I would recommend Basil Hayden's. And for those of you that are wondering why the hell I'm giving whiskey advice, I'm kind of a whiskey aficionado. I sort of a semi-professional whiskey sommelier here in Korea. When I'm not being a lawyer, I do whiskey tastings and whatnot. And legal vices, that's where my name comes from. Whiskey, cigars, pipes, those are kind of my vices, my legal vices. So I would say Basil Hayden's bourbon is a good budget bourbon. It's a great entry into the world of bourbon, sweet, kind of a little bit of cherry flavor to it. Very, very smooth, nice. For a Scotch, I would say, hands down, a Glenmorangie original 10-year Scotch is a great single malt to get into. Those are the 2 I would recommend. Glenmorangie 10-year and a Basil Hayden. Thank you so much for that super chat. Love giving whiskey, cigar, and pipe advice. Now it's not Brandon Lesko, part of the Brandon Lesko collective. I hereby pledge to match every $100 shot chat on my own, with my own. Yeah, Brandon Lesko here in the Brandon collective is the reason I'm 8 shots in right now from my previous stream. So this is, honest to God, this is the last $100 shot I'm doing tonight because I still have to do this stream and work tomorrow. I'm going to consider everything from here on out a prepaid Friday, Friday stream, which we'll talk about here in just a second, because I just can't do any more of these and still function for this as well as work in the morning. But there, are you satisfied? That's a healthy pour. I think 9 shots in 2 hours is enough for anybody. So from here on out, it's just being paid forward. It's bank for Friday. Again, so this is what I do. I've been doing YouTube for about 6 months now, having a lot of fun. Met some amazing, wonderful people who've helped me develop to where we are today. 6 months in, I'm 32,371 subscribers. And I think I'm also starting to get a little bit tipsy because I just tried to cork a Pepsi bottle, and that's not how any of that works. I've been doing this about 6 months, having a great time, met some great, wonderful people, and we're at 32,371 subscribers. Please subscribe if you like what we do. If you like what we do here and you're at least mildly entertained, please subscribe because we do a lot of fun stuff here. I grift for likes. The super chats, they're incidental. I know some people have minimum super chat. They won't talk to you unless you super chat. That's not me. Anybody that parts with their hard-earned money for any amount, $1.99 to some people is the same as $500 to other people. So I don't discriminate by amounts of super chats or super likes or stickers or anything like that. Whatever you send, I read with priority. I try to read as much of the chat as possible, but doing the trials, concentrating on the trials, concentrating on other things. I can't interact as much as I would like with chat, but the super chats get you definitely moved to the front of the line with priority. And I desperately try to read every single super chat that comes in. Once my judgment becomes fuzzy, I may miss a few, and I feel really horrible when that happens. But if I haven't read your super chat, in like 20 minutes after you send it, let me know. But what we do during trials is what we're going to do here. I'll while the trial is going, I'll flash up the super chat so everybody can read it, and then I'll go back and read it and address it when there's a normal break in the proceedings. And we've got a few things to get through here now. Joe Choi, thank you so much for your super chat. Joe, always here as much as possible, and you are deeply, deeply appreciated for being here. Mike Morrison says, "Add not Brandon, let's go see you Friday." Hey, Friday is going to be lit. Last Effort Friday. We do Effort Friday. Okay, I guess I need to explain this too. Once a month, we do Effort Friday, which is, Blanket Friday. We do that once a month. That is just a sheer good-natured griftathon. It's a boozy griftathon where I invite lots of people onto my channel. I get liquored up for $100 a shot. The $100 shots, that gets a shot of a premium whiskey. And the aggregate shots, $100 of an aggregated shot, so just $10 super chats or $25 super chats or $250s, whatever. That gets a lesser quality, but not a bottom shelf whiskey. Definitely solid middle shelf. But this, and what I do is 25% of whatever happened in the last Effort Friday goes into the bottle for the next Effort Friday. And this month, I'll be just crushing my soul by literally wasting a $700 bottle of scotch because you guys were so generous last month. We'll be doing a 22-year-old Loch Lomond whiskey commemorating the St. Andrews golf course. One of only 4,000 bottles on planet Earth will be consumed by me and your $100 super chats, which just crushes my soul because that should be savored and not wasted. But hey, rules are rules. So come, you don't want to miss this Friday. We've got an all-star lineup for those of you that are curious as to who's going to be on. So far, our confirmed guests, and they'll be coming in and out as they have time. Oh, excuse me. They'll be coming in and out as they have time on Friday. Aussie Overlord, a wonderful, wonderful Australian lawyer. He'll be popping in by sniping my stream. He's doing a 24-hour stream that day. So I'm going to snipe him for a few minutes and say hi. He's going to snipe me for a few minutes and say hi. Steph Alter Nerd, a wonderful, wonderful YouTuber from Yorkshire, England. She's a class act. She's great. She's feisty. She's got opinions, and she's based, unbreaded, and totally solid. Joe Neerman, good logic. He'll be here. When I asked him, he said, eat a dick, but that meant he'll be here. Joe's a great people. He's a good brother. Love him to death. Farron from Fair and Balanced. She'll be here. Meme Copium from Japan. He's going to be popping in and saying hi. We've also had, since we started a little bit earlier, Flux, who just had the super chat from. Flux, she's not going to miss it. Megan Fox, journalist and writer extraordinaire. She will be popping in to say hi. Andy Signor from Popcorned Planet has said he's going to stop by. And the T-Man, who is, I don't want to be wrong here. I think he's from Belgium or Bulgaria. Bulgaria, I think it is. One of the B's, I think. But he is the proprietor of the Dragon's Treasure Tea. Makes some amazing teas. He's going to pop in and say hi. And if you want some good teas, by the way, go to the Dragon's Treasure Teas, order some teas, use code word VICES, and get a 10% discount off of your amazing, amazing teas. I love them. I've tried them. I don't put my name on anything that I've never tried. I tried the teas. I love them. So, hey, that's that. So those are the people that have checked. If you know Drex, Drex is a legend on YouTube. He does the MGTOWN podcast. He said he's going to try to pop in. He tried last month while he was at work, but it wasn't working out. He's going to give it another crack this month to try to join if he can. And there's a bunch of other invites that have been out there. So we'll have to see who ultimately are all the people that respond. So no, there is no $5 minimum anything. If you're talking about me. I didn't see the first part of that, but no, I have no minimum super chats. I have no minimum engagement. I do what I can. You can tell by his eyes he's drunk. I'm not. It's just I have this really, really okay, here's the deal. I have this really bright light up here focusing in my eyes. I usually wear a hat, and I have to squint because these are bifocals because I'm old. And weirdly, like exactly where the screen is out of focus unless I put my head like this. So I've really got to go in and get a different prescription for these, so I'm not squinting the whole time. But I'm lucid right now. No, I'm not drunk yet, and I don't plan on being drunk. I just can't open my eyes because the light is really bright, and I have to squint a little bit to see. At Brandon Lesko says, can you bring back the blended everything shot? Just put a proper price on it. If any of you saw my very first F at Friday stream I ever did, there were so many bad decisions made that time. I've since rectified my problems. Now my dog is trying to dig a hole in my floor for some reason. Come here, baby. Here you go. Here for the truth. Rip Vice's liver. Drink water. I don't have any water nearby. Well, yeah, no, I don't. I don't actually. I have a little bit of Pepsi Lime left, but I'm done doing the $100 shots. Or so I thought. We have this one we'll get to in just a minute, but you're not helping, X-Comer. Kyle Mitchell, this is $100 in Brandon Nesco money. It'll go to the aggregate on Friday. And X-Comer, seriously, no more of the $100 super chats, please. All the $100 super chats from now on are going to be forwarded and prepaid for Friday's stream, because I literally can't do any more tonight. I know my limit, and I've reached it for an unprepared all-nighter plus another day of work tomorrow. I heard Brandon matches any $100 super shot chats. So this is literally it. I'm literally out of whiskey now. This is the end. This has been a beautiful, beautiful bottle of Texas TX blended whiskey, which is one of these very, very rare whiskeys that actually tastes like banana. So there we go. Bottle is killed. I no longer have any alcohol within arm's reach. So there you go. Thank you for that. You're a good man, Brandon. All right. How are we doing on time? Oh, God. There's still 10 minutes to burn through. We've got 700 people here waiting for the trial. Like I said, Givener, welcome to the Clean and Sober crew. Givener is our newest member. Deeply, deeply appreciated. Why is my dog trying to dig a hole in the floor, stupid animal? The trial needs to start so I can put the dogs to bed. Mike Morrison again. I missed that. Come on, Jeff. 250 blended anything, not drunk. You tried to cork a Pepsi bottle. I love you, buddy. Oh, no, the first F at Friday stream I did was an absolute disaster. It was on an empty stomach. I was mixing 5 different types of whiskey and spirits, and I did some sort of combo thing for everything, and that was just exactly the wrong thing to do. That should never have been done. Hang on just a second. Okay, I may have a ghost in my house. For those of you that have seen like some weird ghosty things going on in my house, I know some of you saw the stream where my door suddenly slammed by itself one night. Well, I haven't moved here for the last 2.5 hours, and my Xbox just started, and I've got the Elden Ring theme song going on in the background of my head. That's weird. All right, so once this court stream starts, I'm gonna have to go turn off the Xbox started by itself. How weird is that? All right. Can I hear my dog trying to dig a hole in my floor? That's weird. All right, so yeah, we've got we got my Xbox turned itself on. That's not really normal. The TV wasn't even on. So the TV and the Xbox turned themselves on. Dang it. This house is weird. Mrs. K. Griff, was it the Pitbull Platinum Shaver you recommended? Yes. For those of you that have people in your life that shave your head, the Pitbull Platinum Shaver, it's like $280, $300, but you won't regret it. It's the best money you'll ever spend when you shave your head. It's a great head shaver. I wish they would sponsor me because I need new blades every now and then. The ghosts are mad. Drink more. No. What? You guys are so weird. The dogs are predicting a quake? Okay. Thanks, Bill. That's kind of odd. Yeah. So yeah, we've got that. Yeah, definitely get the Pitbull Platinum Shaver. I got to scroll up here a little bit, make sure we got all the super chats before we get going. Then we'll read a quick little news story about about the guy. Okay, we already read that one. See, now I'm starting to repeat super chats, which is not a good sign. All right, yeah, we got everything out of the way. We're all ready to go. Let me check on the court feed. The court feed says 3 minutes and 36 seconds to go. So, yeah, to be fair, no worries. Your mom was lucky to have you. Yeah, to be Flair is an awesome person. Good supporter. She's here almost every day. Anybody would be lucky to have her in their lives. So, let's read a little bit about what this trial is about for those of you that don't know. Where are we at? Hey, Dougie, get over here. Why are you trying to dig a hole in the floor, you goofball? As soon as this trial starts, I'm going to have to go turn off my Xbox, turn off my TV, and put the dogs out so we can concentrate on this stream. Yeah, we don't want to go back. Oh, are you really going to do this to me? Don't make me do this. Come on. All right, trial of Texas Border Agent Patrol. Oh, they're putting me behind a paywall. God dang it. All right, we'll just bring him up here again. Juan David Ortiz. News. Let's bring up one story about him here. All right, there we go. We've got a new thing here. Stop the screen. Present the brand new screen. Oh, come on. I hate all of you. Grr. All right, go away. Let's try another one. Share screen, Microsoft Edge. There we go. This should be a good one. We'll see how this one reads. Embiggenit, Border Patrol agent's murder trial, the latest in a string of incidents stirring distrust. Laredo, Texas. In the breakfast rush at La Fincha Brunchiera and Cafe, the waiters hurry plates of pancakes and huevos rancheros to tables of Mexican businessmen in shiny suits, chatting families and locals behind the... Oh, come on. Okay. Juan David Ortiz, 39, the former Border Patrol intel supervisor charged with killing 4 women over 12 days here in September 2018, is set to go on trial beginning Monday. The murders stunned this border community and raised questions about the agency's ability to police its own ranks. Ortiz's case, plus the string of other agents accused of murder just months before him, a string of other agents? I haven't heard about those. Dang. Are not the only issues casting a shadow over the agency's longtime presence in Laredo. His trial arrives as agents face historically high numbers of migrants crossing the southwest border, especially in Texas. U.S. border authorities encountered more than 2 million migrants in fiscal 2022, some of whom repeatedly tried to cross the border, more than any other year on record, according to the CPG. Scroll. Tell us this is the guy here. Okay, this isn't really about him either. The basic story, as we get ready for to bring the court up. All right, the court is starting, so I hope. Let's bring up the court stream so you can see what I'm seeing while we continue to wait for something of note to happen. That's what we're looking at here. Starting soon, it says. We are now at go time, and there is no go from the go time. Of course, because that would make my life wonderful. I would guess that they're probably waiting for people to show up to court. They're probably waiting for things to get underway, but we'll just see. So we've got some time to kill. This guy here, Juan David Ortiz, was a border agent. And he's been accused of murdering 4 prostitutes. And apparently he knew them either from his job as Border Patrol agent or on his own free time. I'm not sure how he knew these particular women of negotiable affections, shall we say. but he knew them, and he confessed. He confessed to killing them to police, but he's pled not guilty. So I don't understand that, and I'm wondering what his defense is going to be in light of the fact that he confessed to the murders already. Suran says, legal advice, come on, sum up the story. That's literally what I know about the story, is what I have just summed up. My dog is tracking something in the air. Yeah, I know. My house is weird. My dogs are even weirder. So you get a weird dogs in a weird house and stuff happens. Jack Matt was born in Laredo, Texas. Cool. Pennywise. Yeah, Pennywise is here. Oh, do me a favor. Now we know what Jeff Googles in his free time. Yeah, serial killers. We're waiting for the trial to start soon. It better start soon because I'm running out of stuff to talk about. Well, let's tell you what I've got coming up in the next week while we're waiting for this. Oh yeah, this is not a death penalty case for some reason. They're only is a not guilty to avoid all Sparky. They're only seeking life imprisonment without parole in this case. Yeah, I don't know why. Were the girls underage? No, apparently not. The ratio is bad. Hit the thumb like I haven't even looked at the we've got 780 people here and only 367 likes. Well, I would be hard pressed to find anything to like about this so far, but because we haven't done anything. But I would greatly appreciate it if you would reach down there and hit that like button anyway, while we wait for the court to start. Yeah, so please feel free to hit that like button. I know you guys don't think about hitting the like button. I don't even think about hitting the like button when I'm watching other creators because I'm just watching. But it really does mean a lot. The likes are one thing that YouTube really focuses on when they're deciding whether to advertise a channel, whether to recommend it in someone's home screen or in the cards at the end of the video or in their recommended video feed. So that's the one thing that they really like. So I grift for likes more than I grift for anything else. The rule with super chats, like I said, every super chat gets read and answered. And I also try to pay as much attention as possible to the normal chats. Legal Vice is very disappointed in my state, says Mike Morrison. Normally we put in a fast pass for multiple homicides. Yeah, I'm curious to see where this is going to go because of the not the guilty plea, because he's confessed already to the crimes. Julie O has been a member of the clean and sober crew for 2 months. She says the face-eating one is not the bath salt one. It's another face-eating trial in Florida. He was on Dr. Phil at one point too. No drugs in his system. Wait, there's more than one face-eating trial going on in Florida? What is wrong with Florida? Holy crap. Michelle, hey, Michelle, good to see you here. Michelle Cavernos, hi. It's always these trained guys in the police or military. Did you hear about the Navy SEAL and his wife who murdered 2 people? No, I haven't heard about that one. That's unfortunate. Julio, are you serious? What the F is going on in Florida? Let's see what I also know Court TV has this trial. So let's see what Court TV is doing with it here. And while I'm doing that, feel free to talk amongst yourselves. God, why did my Xbox start? That is so weird. Oh my. Let's see here. Court TV. Bringing up the Court TV. See what they've got going on there. CourtTV.com live stream. Okay, pretty much the same thing. They've just got the state seal of Texas being shown. So it's not starting there either. All right. Court TV says live court cam. Juan David Ortiz, a former Border Patrol agent, is accused of being a serial killer in Laredo, Texas. Ortiz allegedly confessed to killing 4 women, but has pleaded not guilty. Opening statements begin Monday, November 20. Yeah, we know this. The deaths of Melissa Ramirez, Claudine Ann Loera, Griselda Cantu, and Janelle Ortiz all occurred in and around Laredo, Texas in September 2018. All 4 women worked in the area of San Bernardo Avenue, known as the prostitute blocks. Well, there you go. So we've kind of got we got the same thing going here. Whoever turns their camera on first wins the race. All righty. Well, I have no idea what you guys in chat are. I've got the greatest chat ever. Okay, so while we're waiting for this to start, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I'm doing this next month. We've got 800 people here and 464 likes. We've got 811 people waiting on the court. Come on, court. You're making me look bad here. Xcomer Triple Z has just gifted 10 Legal Vices memberships. If you're one of the lucky folks to get one of the Legal Vices memberships, please tell Xcomer thank you so much for that. He's a great guy. Who do we have here? Who are the lucky people? Just Cause, Esprit Fleck, Mike L, Helena T. I just scrolled out of the way here. Where'd we go? I got to scroll back up. Gyro, Pastor of Muppets, Andrew Frank, Matthew Giannotti, Cindy T, and Paul Farrell have been gifted memberships from Xcomer. Michelle Cavernos, it happened in 2002. This is the other face. He got 38 years. His wife got 32 years. Oh, this is the Navy SEAL guy. Okay. All right. Well, that was a very quick trial. If it happened in 2002 and he just got it. I don't know when it happened, but anywho. We need Aussie Overlord here to talk about PETA and Haas. PETA and Haas. PETA? 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 Are we talking about PETA, the animal peoples? Or we're not talking about his furry stream thing he did yesterday. That was weird. All right. So, hey, we've got people saying Xcomer rocks. Xcomer does rock. He's a great guy. And this is what I hate. When the court tells you one time and then nothing happens. So I'm looking at the court TV feed here. Oh, geez. Even court TV is being lame. They're talking about the Brooks trial. Their comments are like, good morning. Here's your coffee. No grounds. Going back to the Darrell Brooks trial. So Court TV says, we're waiting for a juror to arrive. When the court is back, we can expect opening statements to start. Oh, great. So there's one juror that's holding everybody up. Congratulations, juror. Don't be late for a stream. I don't care if you're late for court. Don't be late for a stream. Yeah, so we're waiting on a juror, apparently. So that could be anywhere from 5 minutes to 5 hours. And I'll guarantee you the judge is going to be pissed. Yeah, Julia543 says it's all one camera, Jeff. I know it's all one camera. But is one person broadcasting it, but the other channel hasn't shown it yet? That's what I was looking for, because one of them may start before the other. They should start at both at the same time, but maybe someone else is behind the ball and hasn't started their live feed yet. That's what I was checking. This ain't my first rodeo here, you know. He's watching this stream right now, calling. Who's watching the stream? The juror. Hey, juror, get to the damn courtroom. It's 12:40 a.m. here in Korea. I gotta go to sleep. I gotta work tomorrow. Come on. How's traffic in Laredo? I just wouldn't imagine that traffic in Laredo would be all that problematic. Maybe it is. I don't know. Buttsmeister says, stop making fun of Jeff. He can't help it. He's a boomer. Be kind to the elderly. There's nothing to make fun of me here. I'm just kind of hanging out. And with a name like Buttsmeister, don't be telling people who to make fun of. The level for disrespect for legal vices is astounding. Leave earlier, you POS Junior. Seriously, come on. I do not know who the judge will be. I literally found out this thing was going to trial this morning, and I believe it was Rose, my mod, that told me about that. Yeah, so we're all learning this together. If you know anything about this, you know more than I do. I just put this over because I thought it would be a fun thing to do. Because I'm just curious to how a guy who has already confessed to 4 murders of prostitutes can still plead not guilty. I'm wondering what the argument is here. Scrolling back up here to see what happens. Oh, Fracture 23 says Legal Vices, do you think that maybe one day you could do a stream about impeachment during trials? What it means and how and what. Impeachment is just basically you're calling out a witness for something. Impeaching a witness is essentially questioning their credibility. They make a statement and you bring up evidence or other arguments to show that they're not being honest. So you impeach their credibility. You call into question their credibility and you undermine their reliability. That's the essence of a witness impeachment. You just impeach their credibility, their integrity, so that the jury is inclined to disregard anything they've said. Been there, done that is the newest member. Welcome to being the newest member of our little stream we've got here called Legal Vices. Great to have you on board. Scrolling up here to see what level we are. We are the clean and sober level. Welcome, deeply appreciated. My hat's off to you, but literally my hat is off to everybody because I'm not wearing my hat currently. Esprit Flex says our freeways are fucked. They wanted to fix shit and they only made it worse. And why? Money to be made. Well, I'm from Utah. I've lived in Korea for 34 years, but I'm from Utah, and that was the old joke in Utah. We've got 4 seasons in Utah: almost winter, winter, still winter, and road construction. So I get that. I understand that. But man, if you are a juror and you are holding up a multiple murder trial, judge is gonna be pissed. A volcano is erupting in Hawaii right now. That's pretty cool. That's actually something. Let's look up erupting volcano in Hawaii. Hawaii volcano. Erupting. Huh. Oh, wow. Oh, that's a picture from 2018. News. Stand by for news. The world's largest active volcano starts to erupt in Hawaii, sending ash nearby. Mauna Loa. Okay. The world's largest active volcano started to erupt, prompting volcanic ash and debris to fall. Prompting volcanic ash and debris to fall? That's not really good writing. It's causing it. It's not prompting it. So, okay. Mauna Loa is now erupting. I wish this trial was erupting. DNA experts like erupting. Yeah, I wish this trial would start erupting because we're sitting here. There's 892 of you waiting for some dumbass juror to get his shit together and get into court. Come on, do better than that. You're better. How many people are waiting on this stream here? Let's see. Where is the trial stream? Okay, they've got, holy crap. This channel here only has 168 people watching. We've got multiples of that. We've got like 8 times more than they do. Suck it, KSAT. We got like 8 times more people watching than they do. How are we doing on Court TV? Court TV has 846 watching now. So that is awesome. We have more people than Court TV watching me right now, wondering what the hell I'm going to talk about until this stupid juror gets his shit together and gets into the courthouse. Holy crap. I'm dying here. We got 907 of you here and only 840 of you at Court TV. I guess I have more people watching this than any other person streaming this trial on planet Earth. Woo, yay for me, but I really wish I had something to share with you. Yeah, Turbo Goat says I'm about to erupt, right? Jeff trying to riff is hilarious. Yeah, I'm trying. I've been riffing for 2 hours and 45 minutes, counting my previous stream. I'm literally running out of shit to talk about. Oh, I did say I was going to mention what this is what's coming up this week. I'm going to try to do as much of this trial as I physically can. This is secondary to my main stream, but I think I can do at least half of it. But tomorrow, my main stream on legal vices, which would start at 10 p.m. here, 8 a.m. Eastern time and 1 p.m. UK time. Tomorrow, we're going to be talking about an update on the Taylor Schabusiness trial. And for those of you who don't know, Taylor Schabusiness is from Wisconsin. Her and her boyfriend got into a drug-fueled cocktail of like degenerate S&M bondage sex. She ended up killing him, making a puzzle out of his body, leaving his big head and his little head in a bucket at the bottom of the stairs for his mom to find. She told the police everything they ever wanted to know about the murder. We have an update on her trial. There's some interesting updates to deal with her. And then we'll also tomorrow be talking about the University of Idaho murders, the great murder mystery that's facing the United States right now. 4 college students turned up stabbed one night, no suspects, no witnesses, no substantial leads that they're talking about. We'll tell you what we know about that tomorrow night. On Wednesday, we're going to be talking about the Colorado LGBTQ bar murder, the shooting that happened there, and what we know about that so far. Thursdays on Legal Vices is O.J. Simpson night, where we revisit the O.J. Simpson trial so that you can see how world-class defense lawyers were able to plant reasonable doubt in the minds of jurors. I don't do that stream to change anybody's opinion of what happened, just to show you how some of the greatest lawyers ever to walk planet Earth, F. Lee Bailey, Barry Scheck, convinced the jury, put those seeds of reasonable doubt in their minds. We do that every Thursday, and Friday is going to be my F at Friday stream, which, as you can see from some of the degenerates here, like the Brandon Lesko Collective, Xcomer and whatnot, and Mike Morrison, $100 shots on F at Friday. I have a great list of people that are going to be joining me for that stream. A wonderful list of people that are going to be joining me as guests for that stream. $100 shots. They have fun. We talk about law, like weird law news. We're going to be talking about Chinese robo drones. We're going to be talking about, I don't want to give any spoilers. We're going to be talking about a lot of weird stuff on Friday. Meanwhile, I grift for $100 shots, and we just basically have a lot of fun with all the guests that are going to be there. The guest list, really quickly again, if you weren't paying attention earlier, while I continue to try to find things to talk about until this damn juror finds his way to court, is Aussie Overlord, great Australian lawyer. Steph the Alter Nerd, wonderful pop culture streamer from Yorkshire, England, deals with some really fun stuff. Love her. Joe Neerman, good logic. He's going to be here, even though he told me to eat a dick. We still appreciate him, still love him. He's going to be here. Farron from Fair and Balanced will be here. Meme Copium is going to be here. Drex, if you know who Drex is, Drexel will be here to share his infinite Drex-based wisdom. If you don't know who Drex is, stop on by. I hope you can get here when Drex is here, because you'll never forget your first Drex experience. Who else we got? The T-Man from Dragon's Treasure Tea. He'll be stopping in to say hi. Andy Signor from Popcorn Planet is going to stop in by. Megan Fox, writer and journalist extraordinaire. She's going to be popping in. Flux Paints. She's one of my mods. She's going to be stopping in to say hi to peeps. We've got a great cast. And that's not all. I've sent out a lot more invites to people. We will see how that turns out. Wait, I'm way behind on here. But before it goes away, Mr. Manna asks, if someone is impeached, can they be charged for perjury? You can impeach someone. I mean, you don't necessarily have to commit perjury or lie to be impeached. You just have to undermine their credibility, show they have some sort of interest in the case, show that they may not have been forthcoming, so that they have a past which makes them suspect. Maybe they had some sort of crime of involving some sort of dishonesty, something like that. It's just basically taking away the credibility of a witness. What's up with a juror? I have no freaking idea. I hate jurors now. Julie O says, face muncher plea for insanity accepted by judge. I'm assuming it's just victim statements and sentencing that are being done in court. I have no idea. Face eater trial people, you are completely on your own, because I just have no idea what's going on in that in that trial. I didn't even know there was a face muncher trial on until you told me there was a face muncher trial going on. Oh God, juror. Come on, man. Soy Mafia, juror held by state troopers, hit grandma on side road. I really hope that you are not serious with that. There's always degloving. No, we ain't going the degloving route. Thank you, though, X Homer. Not talking about that ever again. No penile degloving statements being made. Let's check in with the Court TV, see if they have any further light knowledge on what the hell's going on. Nope, nothing from Court TV Central here. They're just shilling for their own website. Yeah. Well, shoot. Guess we sit here and wait for at some point, the court may just say, screw this juror and eject them and use one of the alternates. But you try not to burn through all of your alternates because you never know how it's going to work out. If you're late or not showing up, we are not starting court. I mean, the juror can be held in contempt for this unless there's like a really good reason. Oh, what? Steph, the alter nerd is actually here in chat. Steph, where are you, Steph? Steph, the alter nerd, one of the people that'll be joining us for F It Friday. Absolutely brills. She's an absolutely brilliant person. Love her content. One of my regs. Tug, that Star Wars girl. Stingy, yeah, the Star Wars girl, she's been invited. Tug always gets an invite. You know, so yeah, the invites are out. People haven't seen the messages I've sent, but Tug and that Star Wars girl, they are both two of the people that have been invited that I haven't heard from yet. I guess Steph is here because we got some A-up Stephs and some high Stephs. Steph, the alter nerd, right there. A-up, Julia543. The new place is totally rocking. Really enjoyed it. How's you? Everybody, go over to Steph. You got nothing but time here. We're just waiting for this juror to pull his head out of his ass and get to the goddamn court. So you got some time. Go over to Steph, the alter nerd, subscribe to her and like everything she's done, and then come back here. You got plenty of time. Steph says, hey up, everyone. Hey, my favorite Yorkshire person. I believe you're the only person I know from Yorkshire, actually. But thank you for being here. Have you had bamboo spiced rum? If not, I highly recommend it. It reminds me of banana cream pie with proper graham cracker crust and caramel on top. Ooh, that sounds good. They don't have it here in Korea. I've never seen it. The spiced rums they have here, like the shitty Captain Morgan, Kraken isn't really spiced. It's just more of just a straight dark rum. Plantation is kind of my go-to spiced rum. Time Killer, tell us how the 3 seashells work. You mean like the sleight of hand 3 seashell things? That's just basically don't ever get involved in some street side carny freak. Legal Vices, let the juror enjoy his $5 handy before court. He better be doing something like that. He's eating my time here. He is literally running an hour late. This sucks. We're up to 950 people just watching me dangle on a string out here. But I think it's kind of funny. No, the Demolition Man. Demolition Man is a great movie. Right now, Court TV has 879 people. We've got almost 100 people more watching us than Court TV, the people running this damn thing. So, hey, thanks everybody for hanging with me while I just wither and die on the damn vine because some juror can't get his ass out of bed and negotiate traffic in enough time to get him to court. Well, I have an idea. Why don't we just go over to the Face Muncher trial and see what's happening over in Face Muncher trial? Should we do that? S. Glasgow as says at Steph the Altar Nerd, who invited Steph? That Brit. You tell you how it is. Go Amber Woman. Kidding, baby doll. You know you're loved by many. Everybody should love Steph. Steph the Altar Nerd is one of the greatest YouTubers ever, and she deserves every subscription that you guys decide to give her. Kaiser Pineapple also has a brand new channel. Kaiser Pineapple has just started his channel. So go over to Kaiser Pineapple and see if you like what he's selling over there on his channel. If you do, make sure you like it. All right. It seems that the majority of you have spoken. The majority of you that I've read anyway. Yep. It looks like we're gonna go pop on over to the Face Muncher trial. This is funny. Before we go over to the Face Muncher trial, let's look and see what Court TV is showing. This is the Court TV. This is what Court TV is showing. They're just showing a big exit sign. And that's kind of what I'm worried my loyal viewers are going to do. You're just going to exit, but please don't. Ooh, Steph the Altar Nerd says, you're probably going to love today's video that I'm going to release later. I'll be ripping Cat Tenbarge a new one. Cat Tenbarge is perhaps one of the worst journalists ever to grace planet Earth. To be Flair says, Steph the Altar Nerd is aces. You best love on her. Talk about a woman who tells it like it is. See, the people that hate Steph the Altar Nerd, they're the reason I love Steph the Altar Nerd. Because she's opinionated, she's brash, she's in your face, she's based, she's unbreaded, and she rocks. So everybody should like her. Lawyer drunk me? No, I've only had 9 shots because of the likes of X-Comer and the Brandon Lesko conglomerate, consortium, and Mike Morrison. You guys have been feeding me booze. Shame on y'all. Thankfully, I'm out. Shannon7 says, sure, as I eat my breakfast. All right. Shannon7 is eating breakfast, so that's all the reason we need to bump on over to the Face Muncher trial until something happens, I guess. Let's bump on over to Face Muncher trial. I might fall asleep before the damn trial even starts. Jeez.
As bureaucrats, but I know that if you worked for me, you would be fired because you are poor performers. And you suck at your jobs.
What?
So we'll figure out what recourse we have, or we'll just make it public how we feel about it.
Okay, somebody's talking. I think this is Face Muncher talking.
That's it.
All right. Thank you. State.
Okay, I guess that was the defense's opening statement. Cops suck. I hope you all get fired. I'm sure we missed some more important parts than that. Uh-oh, prosecutor's walking up with a tude.
My name's Haley. I live with Cindy and Perry.
Man, I loved her in Beetlejuice.
And I just wanted to come up here. I wasn't prepared, but I want you all to sit here longer and listen to this. And also, Austin and I are not too far apart. I was in college doing similar stuff that Austin was doing, drugs and alcohol.
What?
I was at a low point doing that, which I'm sure you were. And the only person I ever wanted to harm, ever thought about harming, was myself.
Tony.
And I'm sure you felt that too. And everyone in this room hopes that one day you do that.
Okay,
And I
prosecution
just hope
defense
that everyone
agreed on
here
not guilty
knows
by
what a
reason of
disgusting
insanity.
person he is. And I feel bad for the parents. I wanted to until I heard everything today. He should have been able to come to you, but all you did was make the situation worse. You enabled him, you put the tools in his hand, and you failed miserably. Austin, I will make sure that everyone around our age knows what a disgusting, scary, pathetic person you are. I hope you never find happiness.
I'm
for the
guessing
rest
these
of
are
your
victim
life.
impact statements, yeah.
And if you ever have the courage to do something, your bravest act could be to kill yourself. And everyone would be better off because
That's
of
why
it.
Winona Ryder. She was in Beetlejuice.
Thank you.
What, you didn't see Beetlejuice? She was great in that. Where's Waldo? I'm sorry. It's just like,
My
where's
name is Rich
Waldo?
Goodman. I've known the Mishkan family since I was probably in 2nd or 3rd grade, and I was actually married to Michelle early on, and we stayed incredibly close friends. When we were together, I was a prosecutor. I worked for Ms. Reno, the Honorable
Tell
Janet
me he
Reno,
doesn't
Dade
look
County.
like Waldo.
And
I'll
it was a
shut
time
up.
in which we were young. We were excited about our jobs. We recognized how important they were, but I'm not really sure how good we were. But we were always encouraged to do everything we can to protect the state of Florida, the rights of the people of the state of Florida. Gets
Why
to the
is this
point where you
only
take your
in the
cases home
left
with you.
Ear.
You live with your cases 24/7.
Clearly,
They
the court
become
has
incredibly
stereo, don't
important
they?
to you. And until about an hour and a half or so ago, I assumed this case was well done. I
Rita
assumed that
Castillo,
every
what did this guy do?
stone
I have
would have
no
been
idea.
untouched
Apparently, he ate somebody's face off.
or touched. I would have assumed that I would have been spending my days working on a case, uncovering things, not relying on a family to present evidence, not relying on a family to do the job that we weren't made up to do. I don't know what went on between
This trial
discussions
is
among
the
attorneys.
Florida face-eating trial.
There's
Steph.
always the
Apparently,
unsaid.
this
There's
guy
things that are
was
done behind
insane
closed
and he
doors.
ate somebody's face off.
But there is not a soul that can sit in this courtroom, at least on this side, that recognizes that this is a failure.
Apparently, the court
I don't know
accepted a
whose
not guilty
failure
by
it is.
reason of insanity.
I
and now
believe in our
people are
system.
talking
I
about
know
it,
it's not perfect.
giving victim impact
Officers,
statements.
my God, you guys have incredibly difficult jobs, and it's difficult. But how there can be a sense of accomplishment, or a sense of this is ending, or a sense of we did the best we possibly could, there's not one soul in this courtroom that thinks that happened. I hope this makes you all better lawyers. I hope it makes you understand the impact of failure.
Wow,
And I
Bubba
appreciate the
back
work
here.
that everybody else has done, especially in the courtroom.
Bubba
Defense
here,
attorney
he's
has an
just-
obligation. They
looks like
have
he's
an
ready to go
obligation to
for
do what
something.
they have to do. We were always told that we represented the
Palm
rights
Beach
of the
one.
people of the
fact
state
that
of
we're
Florida.
asking, is this the Palm
We did
Beach
everything
Florida
humanly
face eater
possible.
or the other Florida?
We
face
lost
eater?
cases.
Should tell you all you need to know.
We
about
decided
Florida.
not to prosecute cases, but we never gave up.
Wow.
Thank you.
Apparently, yeah, exactly. Apparently, where'd it go?
No one's gonna speak. I just want to.
Victim impact statements mean gripe at lawyers.
I want to close with how we open. So I don't know if the orders are.
Literally insane. He's not guilty by reason of insanity.
And
He drank bleach? What?
I think you've heard that we feel there's been no justice in this case from the state of Florida. And if you can rectify that by making the correct decision and acknowledging that he was not insane, because right, they asked you to do their job in the beginning, pointed that out to all of us, that he was not insane and that the defense, that he was not insane and that the defense got him off and instead to just do justice. Put him
Now,
in prison for the
See,
rest
this
of
is
his
the
life.
thing. Not guilty
because I
by
think
reason of
you can do
insanity
that. I
doesn't
think
mean he
judges
gets
can
to
do
walk.
anything.
It means he
So,
gets locked up.
You've heard a
in a
lot.
mental
Again, you
hospital.
weren't here in the beginning, but they did ask you to put a stamp of approval on what they have all decided. We don't feel that way, so if there's anything you can do differently, and if you feel differently, and if you have the wherewithal
have
to
to
say,
feel the
great, I
face
know
off
how
in
you
my head.
feel, but there's gonna be a trial, then do that. Whatever you can do that you think makes us feel that more justice took place, we'll ask you to do that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
So,
you.
so again, not guilty by reason of insanity just means he goes off to a mental hospital, which
All right.
can often be
Anything further from
worse than
the
being
state?
in prison.
No, sir, not from the state.
Anything from the defense?
No, Judge, not this time.
All right. With regard to some of the things that were said, especially Ms. Bruce at the end with the request is,
Court TV says we're still waiting for a juror to arrive.
When the
court is
parties
back, we can
stipulate
expect
to an
opening
agreement
statements.
and they enter into an agreement, the court can always reject stipulations. But I want to go through some things, and I've got to just address, and hopefully this somewhat answers the question, and maybe is a form of education also. I'm not in any way saying it other than for what it's worth.
We've got sex bots. I forgot to turn off.
The focus of this case,
chat.
I'm sure for the state and I'm sure for the defense, even when they're looking at it, is the death of John Stevens, Michelle Mishkan, and Jeffrey Fisher as far as the attack. And the fact, okay, put the COVID time in it where there were delays, let's say a year and a half. It's still, the case has been pending over 6 years. And I can tell you from just being involved the last 4 years, even though some of that was limited.
For those of you just joining, we're still waiting for a juror
because of that.
in the Juan David Ortiz.
The
hearing.
parties, at
we're
least
watching
what I have
the
seen,
Florida
and what has
face
been
eater trial. In
filed,
the
have worked
meantime.
very diligently in the case. Not saying mistakes aren't made. I'm not in any way picking one side or the other. I'm just saying that it does appear that
Not
everybody has
picking
been
one
working
side or the
diligently
other.
to
I don't think you want to be on the side of
present
the
their side.
insane face eater.
While the burden is on the defense to show or prove insanity, the state does have an obligation to follow the law too. And I want to cover this insanity thing, not the law. I'm not going to read the statute, just in general. That
Those of you that heard a minute ago
even
heard me
first-year
mention
law
that
students, one of the
my
first
Xbox
things you
and
learn in
television
criminal law
turned
is
itself on.
that you
I
need to
think there's
have
seriously think there's
mens
ghosts in my
rea
house.
and
Weird shit
actus
happens
reus.
in my
You
house.
need to have
My Xbox and my
criminal
TV
mind,
turned
a
itself
mental
on.
intent,
I'm going to go turn
and
it
you
off.
need
I'll
to
be
have
right
an
back.
act for it to be a crime. So
Think
with
back.
the insanity defense, which has been codified or really established by the court systems for McNaughton was 1843. I looked it up. That was like the big case in England for putting in writing what needs to be done for an insanity defense. It's not a defense to a crime. It's really a defense to being charged with a crime, ultimately, when it comes down to it. Because if you don't have the act with that mental intent to commit an act, then you didn't commit a crime. Essentially, that's what it says. And in this particular case, 3 doctors, because really all 3 made the determination of insanity. Dr. Gamache said, well, that happened, but because the mental illness was created by past use of alcohol and drugs, it's not, he created a legal question there. But really, the defense doctor, the state doctor, who I think we'd all agree that between the two of them, there's a lot of respect for what they've done in their lives. And I've heard both state and defendants over my years as a judge state that Dr. Landrum is somebody to be relied upon. So bottom line is the state's got to follow the law, just like the defense has the obligation to present every defense that is available to it. The state needs to follow the law too. And if this sounds a little like I'm defending the state's actions, I've seen them work diligently, do things, request things, ask for things that they feel are appropriate, and to try to advance the idea of defending against the defense. But in the end, they do need to follow the law.
Well,
I have a note here. Defense is ethically obligated to assess
That mystery was solved.
Helpful for competency and
no
insanity.
ghost in
They're
my house.
obligated to do that in
Just
every
a
single
dog
case.
who got
I
a
used to
hold
be a
of my
prosecutor. I used to
PlayStation
be a defense
controller.
attorney. I've been doing this for 18 years.
And
generally, most
ate
of my
the
time
shit
has
out of
been
it.
in the criminal field.
And I guess
Obviously,
in the
all of it
process
as a
of eating the
prosecutor,
shit
as a
out of it,
defense attorney, and
punched
then
all the buttons to
most
start
of my
it up.
time as a
I
judge.
guess I'm going to buy a new controller tomorrow.
Regarding the
Ghost
claim
theory
that
debunked.
there's purchased or bought for defenses, or the outcome might be based on something other than the facts and the law. I have to disagree. The vast majority of insanity defenses that are raised in front of me, at least in my years, have been public defender cases with indigent clients. And the doctors don't care when they're assessing somebody who the attorney is,
My
who's
dog
because
ate
they
that
have an obligation.
PlayStation controller
And
like
an
dude
ethical
ate the dude's
obligation
face.
to do what they do. And in any event, that's just the fact of the matter. In this particular case, the defense and the state have agreed to this particular
What'd they
outcome,
miss?
I'm sure
The
based
hell's
upon all
talking?
the facts and circumstances that they have. It's a sad case. It's an awful case. But nobody's losing sight. I can tell you I'm not, of the death and the
Doggy's
injuries that
okay.
were sustained in the case.
Game controller isn't.
But when it all gets said and done, the
This wasn't the
state and the
Xbox
defense
controller. This was the
have
PlayStation.
made a determination that mental intent was not formulated, that it wasn't there. And therefore, the defendant is technically not guilty by reason of insanity. So I'm
I thought it
going
was the
to,
Xbox, but it was the PlayStation.
I'm going to accept their stipulation. I'm going to read it into the record. I'm going to enter a
All right, so this is the judge,
written
okay.
version also. And here it is. The issue of sanity of the defendant at the time of the offense has been raised in accordance with the provisions of Florida law. The defendant, by and through his counsel, obtained the services of Dr. Philip Resnick, and the state retained the services of Dr. Gregory Landrum to examine the defendant and to report to the court on whether the defendant was insane at the time of the offense and whether the defendant meets the criteria for commitment to the Department of Children and Family Services as provided in Florida law. And the court, having received those written reports of the named experts in relation to the issue of the defendant's sanity at the time of the offense and whether the defendant meets the criteria for the commitment, the court hereby makes the following findings of fact and conclusion of the law. The defendant was charged by indictment with burglary of a dwelling with an assault or battery while armed, 2 counts of first-degree murder with a weapon, attempted first-degree murder with a weapon, and that was from an incident that occurred on August 15, 2016. The court does find that the state has met its burden, both by the stipulation and the documentation that's been provided, in establishing the crimes charged. On August 15, 2016, the defendant did unlawfully enter or remain in a dwelling, the property of John Stevens or Michelle Mishkan, as owner or custodian, with the intent to commit an offense therein, and in the course of committing the burglary did commit an assault or battery upon another, or was armed or did become armed within the property with a dangerous weapon. And that the defendant did unlawfully with a premeditated design to effect the death of any human being, kill and murder John Joseph Stevens III, a human being, and in the course of committing the offense did carry, display, or use, or threaten to use, or attempted to use a weapon. The defendant did unlawfully with a premeditated design to effect the death of any human being, to kill and murder Michelle Mishkan, a human being, and in the course of committing the offense did carry, display, use, threaten, or use to attempt to use a weapon.
He had an open face
And
sandwich.
Austin Harrah, the defendant, did unlawfully with premeditated design to effect the death of any human being, attempt to kill and murder Jeffrey Michael Fisher, a human being. And during the commission of the crime, did carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use any weapon, in this case, a knife. Second, the defendant suffers from a mental illness, which was bipolar 1 disorder, most recent episode manic with psychotic features. 3, the defendant filed a notice of intent to rely on insanity defense pursuant to Florida law. 4, the defendant was evaluated by Dr. Philip Resnick and Dr. Gregory Landrum, who both opined that at the time of the offense charge, the defendant was suffering under such a mental defect that he was unable to distinguish right from wrong or understand the consequences of his actions. Dr. Landrum found that due to the defendant's illness, he is manifestly dangerous to himself or others and therefore meets the criteria for commitment to a secure treatment facility of the Department of Children and Family Services as provided under the law. The state and the defense stipulated and agree that the defendant was not legally sane at the time of the offense and is therefore not guilty of the offense by reason of insanity. Therefore, the court finds that the defendant is found not guilty on the offenses charged in the indictment for the cause of insanity due to mental illness as defined in Florida statutes. The defendant currently meets the criteria for involuntary commitment to the Department of Children and Family Services as provided under Florida law and Florida rules. And in that, the defendant, because of his mental illness, is manifestly dangerous to himself or others. Based upon those facts and conclusions of the law, it's ordered that the defendant is not guilty of the offenses charged in the November 8, 2016 indictment by reason of insanity. The defendant meets the criteria for involuntary placement with the Department of Children and Family Services. The defendant is hereby committed to the Department of Children and
If he has
Families to
mental
be
issues
placed
this
in a
severe, then how is he
secure
deemed fit to be a
mental
border
health
agent?
treatment
Which is a
facility.
different trials.
Clerk of the court's directed to forthwith forward a certified copy of this order along with copies of any written reports submitted to the court by the
I
experts
apologize.
relating to the issues of mental illness,
These are different
manifest
trials.
dangerousness, and commitment.
All
Copies
right.
of any
So
other
the
psychiatric
court
or
is in
psychological
session.
or social work report.
These are different trials. We were waiting for a juror to arrive in the border killer trial. The court is now in session. The jury is there. So we're going to go back to this was a Florida face eater trial. Totally separate deals. So yeah, sorry about that. This is the court TV stream. Let me bring up the other stream here. Is it over here? Yes.
I think it's here, Mr. Pettis. I have a copy here. Yes, sir, you may, please. Mr. Fuchs or Mr. Pettis?
All right. While they're doing that, oh, see the other guys. The local TV station KSAT has not started streaming yet, so we'll have to stick with court TV until they start streaming. All right. So sorry for the confusion there. Yeah, those were two separate trials. This was a younger guy who was just accused of eating someone's face off in Florida and was found not guilty by reason of insanity. This guy here, he is a former border agent who is charged with murdering 4 prostitutes that he was acquainted with. Yeah, and we don't need to start the buffering. Oh, really? Come on. So yeah, it's now 1:18 a.m. here in dark, cold, wintry South Korea. While we're waiting for things to happen here, how did I lose my membership star after one day? Sad. I have no idea, Jerry. Seriously? That should I don't know. Huh. YouTube sucks. Julie O, he killed John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. Wow, you're old if you remember that song. John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. That is my name too. Whenever I go out, the people always shout. There goes John Jacob Jingleheimer. Yeah, wow. That takes me back to elementary school. All right. Border agent guy just kind of waiting here. Holy defense lawyers, tell your client not to stare down the camera. Yeah. He's looking into your soul, Mr. Upper Torso. Did the victim taste like chicken? Chappie, go to your room. Eva Torres found that amusing. Hey, been there, done that is also old because he knows that's his name too. Damn, now I feel old. Damn it, I'll be singing that all day now. Yeah, right. That's how it goes into the next verse. Dude, stop staring like that. Fudge. The song that goes never ends. It goes on and on. And fucking Lamb Chop. See, now the fact that you know who Lamb Chop and what was the lady's name? Lamb Chop and the hell was her name? Anyway, whoever it is in Lamb Chop. Great. So we just we left Face Eater trial to come over here to listen to the sound of silence. You know what's really nice is that there's a court stream that's going to absolute shit, and it's not my fault for a change. It's frustrating, but it's actually really refreshing that I have nothing to do with this stream going to shit. La 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 la. There goes Sean Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. Now see, now you got me doing it too. Well, all right. All right, everybody play the staring game. Next time they show the defendant, just stare at him, and the first one to blink loses. If it's a Korean issue, it's still your fault. No, this is just the jury, not one of the jurors not showing up, and then like these guys, they had a whole fucking hour to talk to the judge about this shit. Now they're finally going to do it. Now they're going because this is being outside the presence of the jurors. Yeah, the jurors can't hear this. They could have Sherry Lewis. That it was Lamb Chop and Sherry Lewis. Thank you so much, JD. Yeah, they could have done this before the jury was there. You had literally an hour and 20 minutes to discuss this. How old were you when you started learning to speak Korean? I was 19 years old. I moved here when I was 19. All right, first one to blink loses. Wow. Cameraman back there is a large feller. Kind of looking like a salmon back there. Oh, God. It's 1:23 a.m. We should already be done with at least one side's opening statements, and we haven't even started. Don't just stare at it, eat it. The first one to blink gets face eaten. Yeah. Oh, God. I think I need to start going back to $100 shots. This is just killing me here. Just kidding, by the way. Save those for Friday. All right. We currently have I believe the official term is a shit ton of people here watching right now. We got 1,047 people here, 657 likes. What the hell you guys have liked, I don't understand, but please continue to like. Hit that like button. Let's get 400 more likes. We need to get up to 1,000 likes real quickly here, just for giggles. Please do me that favor. I know you guys don't think about it. You guys don't think about hitting the like button. When I'm watching other YouTube creators, I don't think about hitting the like button unless they tell me. But YouTube really likes the likes. That's how they base their recommendations in large part on the more the viewership to like ratio. That's what they look for. The higher the ratio, the more they put it on people's home pages, the more they put it on the end cards, the more it shows up in the recommended videos. I would just be very, very grateful if you would reach down there and hit that like button while we're not doing a goddamn thing waiting for this court to start. And if you haven't subscribed, oh, I'd love it if you did that too. What have we got coming up here? What's coming up on Legal Vices? That's me. My channel this week, we're going to cover this trial as much as we can. And I know some of you have heard this 3 times already, but we still have people that have joined late. And again, there's nothing going on in court, so I'm going to talk about myself for a little bit. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern, we're going to be talking about an update in the Taylor Shabusiness trial, the Wisconsin chick who did a big drug cocktail with her boyfriend. They got into some kinky S&M sex, and she eventually ended up choking him out and killing him, and then making a puzzle out of his body and leaving both of his heads, big one and little one, in a bucket at the bottom of his stairs, covered with a blanket for his mother to discover before she confessed everything to the police. We're going to be giving an update on her trial. It's going to be coming up. We'll update everything tomorrow. And we're going to be talking about the University of Idaho murders. What do we know so far about that hearing, that case? Wednesday, we're going to be same time. We always do like 8 a.m. Eastern. which is 1 p.m. UK time. We're going to be talking about the Colorado LGBTQ shootings, where we stand on that, what's the latest in that information. Thursday is O.J. Simpson Day. We review the O.J. Simpson trial, not to convince anybody whether he did it or didn't do it, but just to show you some of the most amazing lawyers that have ever walked on planet Earth, including F. Lee Bailey and Barry Scheck, and how their masterful cross-examinations of witnesses can lead jurors to have a reasonable doubt in their mind. Just to see some of the most amazing lawyers at work is a pleasure. So we'll do that on Thursdays and Friday. This Friday is just it's an F it Friday. We call it a fuck it Friday, where I just grift for $100 shots. You guys give me $100 shots, either in single shots or an aggregate of however many, $10 shots or $10 super chats or $25 super chats, whatever. We just drink a lot. I have lots of fun guests on. We read really weird law news stories or law related news stories, and sometimes just stupid news stories. And we talk to the guests. We all have fun. It's a great time. They're always epic. They always go completely off the rails. You do not want to miss a Legal Vices F it Friday stream, because the Fuck It Friday streams rock. No questions asked. That's what we do. And every Monday, which we did earlier today, before this wait. Stop staring at me, dude. You're making me fucking nervous. Jesus. God. He's going to eat my face off. What we do on Mondays, we do Maritime Mondays. We talk about maritime accidents, maritime issues, because that's what I do. Most of what I do is maritime law related. So that's the one thing I can talk about with some degree of expertise. We talked about the sinking of the Russian submarine Kursk earlier today. Tragic story, over 120 lives lost because they may have damaged a missile while loading it, and then the missile sort of exploded and killed everybody on board. That's what we talked about earlier today. We do things like that on Mondays. So there we go. That's what we do on an average week here on Legal Vices. Subscribe. You know you like that. Everything I just talked about sounds really fascinating to you. I know it does. So get down there and hit that like button. And Steph, where'd Steph go? Steph the alternator says, yeah, fuck it Fridays. Yeah, this is going to be the first one where Steph is going to be on the stream. She hasn't been able to make the last several of them, but she's going to be here. Go to Steph the Alternerd, subscribe to her channel, and like her awesome, amazing pop culture and pop culture adjacent news. She goes hard on Johnny Depp. She's going hard on, not hard on Johnny Depp, on Amber Heard. Sorry. In relation to the Johnny Depp trial, hard on tools all around the pop culture screen. That's just what she does. Awesome current events, pop culture, things like that. You don't want to miss her. She's got a great attitude. And by great attitude, I mean, she's got an attitude. And we love that. She's based. She's red-pilled. She calls him as she sees him. And if you don't like it, you can just join me on Fuck It Friday and fuck off. She's a great person. A Pastor of Muppets' TV series, Inside Man. If you have not seen it, highly recommend Inside Man. Inside Man. For some reason, that sounds familiar. I just wrote Inside Mind. I don't want to do Inside Man. Inside Man, 2006 American heist film by Spike Lee. It centers on an elaborate bank heist on Wall Street over a 24-hour period. No, I haven't seen this one. It sounds like Money Heist from Spain. I'm just from that little deal. Go for it, Jeff. Men Inside Me? Eva, calm yourself. This is a family stream. Yes, Steph the Alternerd stuck it to Boozy too. She's a legend. For those, Christopher Boozy, if you don't know him, he's a YouTube bot tool that is an idiot and a jackass. Would Branca berate her? I would love to see Andrew Branca berate Steph. That would be great, because I pretty much think Steph would hand Andrew Branca his ass. If you don't know who Andrew Branca is, he's a great guy. Again, red-pilled, based, unbreaded guy. Law of self-defense. He's opinionated. I would love to see him and Steph go, because I don't think he would have a complaint about Steph, but if he did, I think Steph would eat him for lunch. But I don't do drama here. That's sort of like, the fantasy fights or the fantasy football or, the fantasy death matches. That's just, my streams are totally drama free. That would be fun to see, though, just for shits and giggles. Steph would destroy Branka, honestly. Branka without Ty is undefeated. Well, he's undefeated. Yeah, but, I smile a lot. Well, thanks. I just like to have fun. I'm having fun here. YouTube is the shit. It is insane how much fun this is. And you're all sitting here with me. I mean, literally, there is 1,075 people here watching me just die a slow death of 1,000 cuts while these lawyers in their ridiculously ill-fitting suits and ill-matched suits talk amongst themselves after waiting for over an hour for some dumbass juror to show up, and we're all smiling and having fun. I'm concerned about this person back here, though. They are asleep or they have, they have passed on. Even he's like wondering, what's up? Are they dead? Do I have to kill that one too? Steph says, ha ha ha, really looking forward to meeting Branka now. Yeah, I don't think Andrew will be participating in this Fuck It Friday because we have some nemesis that are invited on the stream. I have to keep my friends. That's what's fun is I like everybody. As long as you don't fuck me over, I really, I like you. My two friends may not like each other, but I like both of them. So I kind of have to keep some of my friends separated from some of my other friends. We need a little separation there for this Fuck It Friday, because last time I had everybody on together, that's when shit went south. That restarted the legal bites drama, if you watch that, and it started some more Andrew Branka drama. And I'm just trying to be little old me, just keeping everybody happy. I just assume everybody gets along with each other, but that's not the case. All right. Well, we've got a few super chats here that I missed while I was exercising the demons from my PlayStation 2, which just turned out to be one of my English bulldogs chomping the shit out of my PlayStation 4 controller. So I got to scroll up here and get some of these super chats that I'm just noticing we have. Thank you for bearing with me. We have got nothing, but this is the worst beginning to a trial I've ever seen. La 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 la. They're just kind of making this guy stew here. Good for him. I'm scrolling. Keep those wagons scrolling. Rawhide. Eva Torres says, Florida, come visit Disney World. Sorry if you die in the process. You ever thought of being on the Florida Tourism Board, Eva? Nice. Oh, shit. Let's see. And Julie O, he had some videos before the incident and they were crazy. His mom called 911 after he chugged. This is talking about the face eater, not this dude here. This is talking about the Florida face eater. He had some videos before the incident and they were crazy. His mom called 911 after he chugged vegetable oil and then took off because she was concerned that he was having a mental break. Yeah, if you're just chugging vegetable oil, that's kind of a warning sign. I would take that as a warning sign that perhaps, just maybe, he's having a mental break. Either that or he just really likes fried food and can't wait. Kane Armstrong, question, couldn't the prosecution argue that the defendant chose to use illegal drugs and that those illegal choices changed his brain chemistry? Theories. They undergo a pretty extensive psychological examination to come to the determination that someone is not guilty by reason of insanity. I mean, you can argue like temporary insanity, where at the time the event happened, you weren't able to distinguish right from wrong, but not guilty by reason of insanity is sort of a long-term thing that you can't be held responsible for your acts because you were clearly insane, and then they just lock you away. So, I mean, I don't really have an answer to that, but yeah, I mean, you have to go through lots of layers of examinations to get to that decision. Oh, Spooky Spoon says, "Love you, Jeff." Um, I wish we, I wish we had our Florida death penalty assistant, uh, public defender, Stephen N. Gosney on. He could answer that question exactly how it works in Florida. I'm not a Florida qualified lawyer. I have no idea what their requirements for not guilty by reason of insanity are. Stephen N. Gosney could help us out, but he's just not here. I had no idea we would be looking at. Stop looking at me, dude. Thank you. I have no idea we were going to be talking about the Face Eater today. The Face Eater was also on Dr. Phil. What the hell? What? Dr. Phil is kind of like, what's that Angela Lansbury? Murder, She Wrote. How come nobody ever suspected Jessica on Murder, She Wrote of actually being the murderer? I mean, how many murders have any of you witnessed in your life? I would guess it's a very, very small percentage. But Jessica from Murder, She Wrote, literally everywhere she went, people were being murdered around her. And yet nobody ever suspected her. We've got this guy was on Dr. Phil. The family of our last people where they were on Courtney Clenny's murder victim. Her family was apparently on Dr. Phil at some point. I'm beginning to suspect Dr. Phil. Tank Rat, what the fuck? All I've been hearing is degloving, ranting about a slow juror, F it Friday, and all other grifting. We need a drunk Jeff. We need a drunk Jeff. It makes it all better. We need drunk Jeff. And we need other people here. Do you know what they're talking about with the judge? No, not a clue. Literally not a clue. Jessica is a serial killer. That's what I thought about it. Wherever Jessica Fletcher went, people died. She's cursed. Agatha Christie's Ms. Marple was a serial killer too. Exactly. And Hercule Poirot, he had to solve all the murders. How many murders have I witnessed? I plead the fifth. Barbara Vance, absolutely. Farron is quite the mouthy one and sets herself up for it. I love everybody. Farron is a hoot. I love Farron. I love her sister. I love Branca. I love everybody. I get along with pretty much everybody until I don't. The Dragon's Treasure, buy my tea. This is a threat. Oh, there are no threat here. Dragon's Treasure will be one of my guests on this upcoming Fuck It Friday. And I will tell you, like I said, I wasn't willing to talk about it until I tried it. I got to do a reorder because this here is a very sad empty tea envelope. This is the Dragon's Treasure. This was the And Then Everything Changed When the Fire Nation Attacked tea. For those of you who don't know, that's a quote from The Last Airbender. A haven for anime and tea lovers. On Fuck It Friday, come and watch. Hopefully you're there when Dragon's Treasure has some time to pop on. You'll find he's a very, very fascinating guy. I mean, he does anime. He does tea. And it's really, really good tea. It's not bullshit tea. It's amazing loose leaf tea, which I like. I like to brew my own tea. Tea is a huge thing here in Korea. Way back in the day, I used to be a member of the Korea Tea Association, where you learn the tea ceremony and all of that other thing. But the different types of green teas there are, and the black teas, so I'm a tea guy. I'm not so much an aficionado as I used to be, but I still know a good quality tea. And the Dragon's Treasure teas are fantastic. So go to Dragon's Treasure. If you're a tea person, go to Dragon's Treasure and use code word VICES to get 10% off your order. Dragon's Treasure tea, good stuff. Kaiser Pineapple, who also has a YouTube channel. Go check out Kaiser Pineapple. Need to burn 15 seconds? Watch my review of 1899. I'm purposely avoiding your review of 1899 because I'm doing an episode by episode review of 1899. I've done the first 4 episodes. Episode 4 comes out on Wednesday morning, but I've already locked and loaded it. I've got the last 4 episodes to go through, so I'm not going to watch your 15-second spoiler of the entire series. 1899 on Netflix. It's about ships, so I consider that to be maritime law related, so I talk about it. He says, love that show. I'm enjoying it. The first four episodes. Gotta make sure that the volume is actually up and they're not just toying with me. Yep, the volume is up. Yeah, I'm really liking 1899 on Netflix. It's kind of wild. It's kind of weird. I'm starting to get some theories built in my head. Kyle, nice tie there, dude. All right. Kyle Mitchell, we don't need drunk Jeff. Always repeating super chats. There are worse things. God. Oh, funny boy. Kyle Mitchell, we don't need drunk Jeff. Always repeating super chats. Yeah, great. At Mojo Morrison, and do you know where the tea came from? Do we need to give Brits or Steph the alternate all the credit? Actually, the tea trade with the East India Tea Company way back in the day is really, really fascinating. There's some great books on the history of tea that are really, really eye-opening. And how the black teas and the brown teas came as the tea fermented in travel from the Orient back west. Like some of the most amazing teas though you'll find are they call here in Korea, they call them ujancha. It's like before the rains tea. It's like the rainy season here in Korea starts like June and goes to mid-July. And it's the brand new leaves, like before the rains, before the monsoon season. So you just get the baby leaves. They're just coming out on the tea leaves, on the tea trees. Oh. And if you have super hot water, it'll burn the tea leaves and they'll be really bitter and nasty. You want just slightly above room temperature water with these mini baby tea leaves, the ujancha, and just let it steep for a few minutes, and it's the most amazing tea you'll ever taste in your life. But I can say wholeheartedly, the Dragon's Treasure knows his tea, high quality loose leaf teas. Perfect. Juan is John Oliver's Mexican brother. Well, Juan, maybe they're the same guy. Maybe it's like a Batman Bruce Wayne thing. I don't know. It's like John, then he goes in the Batcave. He becomes Juan the serial killer. Don't know. Juan Ortiz Oliver. Yes. Oh, God. Now I've started talking about tea. The Dragon's Treasure at Legal Vices. Bitches don't realize just how amazing the history of tea is. Not in the boring old man way, in the how is this much bloodshed over a leaf way. Oh, yeah. Tea wars, some fantastic stuff. Like the wars that were fought over tea and opium are staggering. Steph, the alternate, I do not drink tea or coffee, never got into any of that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a Brit who does not drink tea with milk in it. Shocking. Shocking. Shocking, I tell you. What the Christ are they talking about? Can we start the goddamn opening statements, please? We've got 1,168 people waiting on your dumbass. How many people are waiting at Court TV? We literally have twice as many people watching my stream as watching Court TV stream who were sniping. Suck it, Court TV. This is terrible. Dick boy here, he's got the plague doctor mask on. There's literally no one else in court wearing a mask, dude. But hey, Korea, the Orient here is a very mask-oriented culture. We were wearing masks long before COVID happened. Here in Korea, if you get sick, you wear a mask as a courtesy, so you reduce the chance of infecting the other people you ride the bus with, you ride the subway with. It's just always a thing to wear a mask if you've got a stuffy nose, a cold, a cough, whatever, out of a courtesy for your fellow people. So I'm going to give this guy the benefit of the doubt that he has a cold and he is trying to reduce the possibility of him sharing his cold with anyone else in the courtroom, rather than being the only guy there wearing a mask to try to protect himself from COVID. See how generous I am?
That came up.
Oh God, they're talking.
We're ready for the jury now.
Jesus Christ, get
Mr.
the jury in
Medina?
here.
Yes. Have him bring the jury.
Hey,
please.
it's the guy from Princess Bride, or Dr. Bunsen Honeydew from the
rise to the
Muppets.
jury.
One of the two. Ortiz not as creepy as M. Terry. He looks CAF. Yeah, cold as fuck. Yeah, that guy's wearing a super mask. What is happening? I came in late. Literally not a fucking thing for the last hour and 45 minutes. There was a juror who was more than an hour late, and then the lawyers did us the favor of talking to the court privately for the next 25 minutes. Literally, you have not missed a goddamn thing. The Dragon's Treasure T code Vices. Get yourself 10% off. All right, so yeah, we got the judge who's looking like either Dr. Bunsen Honeydew or Vincini. Inconceivable. From Princess Bride. The Dragon's Treasure, $10. YouTube keeps censoring. Please look at Twitter DM for full super chat message. All right, let's go look at this here. I have no Twitter from. I have no tweet from you, sir. Dragon's Treasure, the last Twitter I have from you is considering I am some. Oh, here it comes. A YouTube super chat. This is from the T-Man. Also, follow my YouTube channel. I had 4 major goals for 2022. Move out of Illinois. That's a good goal. Make $100,000 gross. I hope you got that. That's good stuff.
All right, for the jury.
Stay fully self-sustaining. I know you did that because you talked about it on Nick's channel. Hit 25,000 subs. I'm only at 10.4K. Get me the 15K and get me to hit all 4 goals. Yeah, and of course, now that we decide we're going to start buffering. Is that how that works? Please go to Dragon's Treasure and subscribe to his YouTube channel. Get him up there. He needs to get up to the 25,000 subs because he deserves it. He's making some top quality tea. You will not regret it. You will not regret subscribing to him. You will not regret buying his tea. Just saying. Is Greta Thunberg in a fat suit? No.
You may be seated. I'm sorry?
No, not the defendant. The judge looks like Vincini from The Princess Bride.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are still under the same instructions I've previously given to you. We're going to also provide you with some notepads and pens. Mr. Medina, again, who is the bailiff who will have you in charge. He's going to hand those out. You're not required to take any notes, but if you wish to take notes, you may. All your notes will remain in the jury room.
Who does he sound? He reminds me of someone. Who does he sound like?
And at the conclusion of trial, Mr. Medina.
He sounds like the stapler guy on Office Space.
Get shredded.
Get a stapler here.
And just remember that if you do use notepads and do take notes, that they are for your own personal use.
He's the stapler guy from Office Space.
Considered as official transcripts. You'll get some additional written instructions on how you can utilize those notes if you do take notes at the conclusion of the presentation.
That's his name, Milton.
So the
don't do that.
State and defense have announced ready. Mr. Alanis, you ready to?
Yes, Your Honor. This is the state of Texas versus Juan David Ortiz.
Mr. Alanis, is it on?
Oh my Christ, stop this. We literally did nothing for an hour and a half. Now it's buffering.
Yes.
Okay, more people have just started watching court TV, so they've got 21,750 to our 1223. They passed us.
Test. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you after 2 fucking hours.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas.
Whoa.
The grand jurors, duly selected, organized, sworn and impaneled as such for the County of Webb, State of Texas, at the July-December term 2018 of the 341st District Court, sitting in for the 406th District Court of said county upon their oaths, present in and to the said court.
Please. I'm going to dump the court TV stream here and bring up the It's a different camera than Court TV is using. I'm going to bring up the other stream here. Hang on. The local stream. See how that goes. Well, that was smart. Thanks for having no audio. Why don't you have audio on your stream? All right, hang on. Great, guys. That's a great way to start your local trial. I know Law and Crime is also showing it. So we'll go to Law and Cuck here. So he's just pled not guilty. These isn't the guys we want. So they're going to start the opening statements here right now. I waited for you guys for 2 hours, so you can wait for me, court. And in the meantime, it's not Brandon Lesko. Thank you so much for the super chat. He sounds like someone who wants to shoot some booze, drinks down his gullet.
The evidence will show.
This is literally
on September the 14th.
Literally have no
of
more.
2018.
That is it. No
the
more
women
super chats.
in Laredo who worked
$100
as prostitutes
Shit.
on San Bernardo Avenue in Laredo Webb County, Texas, were scared. They were scared because 2 of their friends had been found dead. Melissa Ramirez and Claudine Luera. One of those women that was scared was Erica Pena. On September the 14th, Erica had been laying low for about 10 days. The evidence will show that she needed money, so she decided to go out to the boulevard on San Bernardo to go look for work. It was nighttime, and she went to a bench, a bus stop. As she sat there, she could feel the sprinkles of rain coming down and hitting her face. It was around that time that she sees it. The white, shiny 4x4 Dodge truck. She knew that was David.
She knew
She will come here and she will tell you. He was nice. That was David. Handsome. She knew he was a military guy. Tall. He was nice. And he would give her money. Handsome. Kind. The evidence will show that he pulls up to the bus stop. And he would give her money. The window rolls down. Hey, babe. The evidence will show that he pulls up to the bus stop. The window rolls down. She's been with him at least 4 or 5 times before. Get in. So she decides, okay. She'd been with him at least 4 or 5 times before. The evidence will show that David knew the routine.
God dang it. I don't know if this is them or me or what, but let's try it again. This is ridiculous. We literally sat there and watched a clock, a court seal, and an exit sign for 2 hours without people in streams and feeds being dumb shits. And the second things start, this crap happens. Oh, God. All right, we're bringing this up again. I hope it's just them. For God's sake. That's Law and Crime. I just brought it up again. It's still echoing. For fuck's sakes, people. One doesn't have audio. The other's got double audio. I completely give up at this point. Court TV, where we started before we decided to bail on them, is perfectly fine.
The evidence will show that David knew the routine. First,
Pinochet
go buy
helicopter.
her fix. Go get the heroin. After they did that, go buy his tallies. 3 Bud Light tall boys is what he usually liked.
Oh, is that what a tolly is? A tall boy? Okay.
After they buy the drugs, after they buy the beer, they're driving. One of Erica's rules, she'll tell you, is that she doesn't like to go far from the downtown area for safety. As she notices David
Wow, somebody's crying
driving
already.
further away, she asks, I don't want to go far. He invites her to his house on the north side, and she agrees. After all, she had been there before. They get to the house. The evidence will show on the north side on a street named Burr Oak. It's a nice house where he lives with his wife and his kids, but the evidence will show that they were out of town. They were here in San Antonio to come and watch the Canelo fight. They go in there, and she'll tell you how she puts her drugs out on the table and starts prepping the dose. Everything's fine up until the moment that Melissa Ramirez's name comes up. She was sad because her friend Melissa had been found dead, and her other acquaintance friend, Claudine. When their name comes up, she notices that David becomes uneasy. Some look comes over his face. Starts getting jittery. She senses, well, let's go outside, have a smoke, calm things down. This is the talk of the
Fuck this, seriously.
town right now, these murders that have occurred. They go out, they have a smoke. She asks, can I borrow your phone so I can call my mom? I want to let her know I'm okay. The evidence will show that he ignores her request. David appears nervous, and he says something to her that just doesn't fit. He says, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that Melissa may have my DNA. I was one of the last ones to be with her before she disappeared. Second to the last, he says. And she's like, don't worry about it. If you were with her, you're with her. They go back inside. She sits at the kitchen table, smoking a cigarette. It's at this time that she notices the look in David's face. He's anxious. Now, call it a sixth sense, call it a gut feeling. Suddenly, she realizes she's in danger. The evidence will show that she becomes nauseous. This overwhelming feeling of nauseousness and dizziness comes over her as the fear runs through her body. She runs out the front door and she vomits. She vomits on the front grass. He comes out, what's wrong? What's wrong? She goes, I don't feel good. Take me back. Take me back. I don't feel good. He offers her to take a shower. He still wants to be with her. She's like, I can't. I'm sick.
Oh, dude.
Take me back.
She
She
just
goes, you
puked
need
on the
something
front
in your
lawn. He's
stomach.
like,
I'll
I can
take you
still
to go
hit
get
it.
something to eat. She sees the opportunity and she says, take me. The evidence will show that they drive not too far to a Valero gas station off of the Loop 20 and McPherson Boulevard. A real busy, one of the new type gas stations that has a little restaurant area. But something's not right. And the evidence will show that as they pull into the gas station, they don't stop in front. David parks in the back behind a tractor trailer, practically on the street in the dark. He tells her, hey, you need to calm down. You need to calm down. Right now, the evidence will show that she is in complete survival mode. She is in fear. Calmly, she thinks, I need to open the door. I need to get out. Without warning, all of a sudden, as she sits in the passenger side, David reaches with his arm, his left arm, and there's a gun in her face. He grabs her blouse. Instinctively, she pulls back, is able to grab the door handle. And the evidence will show that she's able to duck down, pull herself out of her blouse, and leaves him holding her blouse in his hand as she jumps off the white Dodge 4x4. She runs in her bra and pants around the front of the store.
Wow.
We will take you to that store. You will see that video of her coming around the store looking for help. Call it a gift. Putting gas at one of the pumps is a Texas DPS state trooper, Francisco Hernandez. When this woman, all of a sudden, approaches him in her bra and pants, asking for help. She keeps saying, I'm scared. Help me. I'm scared. He's going to get me. You will see at that time, Francisco Hernandez, with his training and experience, turns on his body cam. He records the entire thing, the encounter that he has with her. You will hear him calling it in. First, he will ask for PD, Laredo PD, to show up. Then he realizes that this case may be, based on what she's saying, it may be related to the string of murders that's going on. He calls over to the station. They direct him to a Texas Ranger who's working the case.
No, Pastor of Muppets, that's not acceptable.
They patch him through. They give him instructions to bring her to the station. This is just the beginning of how we got here today. Throughout this trial, we are going to bring you evidence. We are going to, yes, we're in Bexar County, but through the evidence, through technology, through photos, through videos, and through testimony, we will take you.
He's accused of killing 4 people, 4 prostitutes.
To that dark and horrible places that this happened. Through the evidence, we will take you to those last moments. To those last moments of these women's lives.
Oof.
You will have one of the most important pieces of evidence in this case, the video recorded confession of Juan David Ortiz.
Yeah, that's the thing. He confessed to the police, but he still pled not guilty. So I'm trying to figure out this angle.
And to analyze for yourselves his confession about the murders. But that's not all. That's not all that the state will be bringing you. We will be bringing you crime scene evidence, which includes casings from the crime scene, projectiles taken from the victims, the jackets of the projectiles. We will be bringing you the murder weapon that was used.
Okay, murder weapon is good.
The analysis and the experts and the ballistic reports and analysis that were done, you will hear from the experts that made the comparisons in this case.
Hey, Jessica. Jessica's got a great YouTube channel too.
We will also bring you video evidence from the different locations that Juan David Ortiz visited around the time before and after the murders were taking place. Going in and buying beer, going in to use a restroom, and you will see in these videos his demeanor and his behavior as normal as anyone else's walking the streets, walking in, buying his merchandise, walking in, going to the restroom. Nothing out of the ordinary. We will be bringing you autopsy evidence of all the victims, where the doctor will come and tell you and show you the injuries and the causes of death of each.
That's going to be rough.
We will bring you circumstantial evidence. All of this evidence that we will be bringing you, you will be able to see that we will be able to prove the crime or crimes, the scheme, and his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt as charged. This case, the evidence will show, is about a man who betrayed his badge. He betrayed his country. He betrayed his family. He betrayed his community for his own selfish needs. On September the 3rd of 2018, on or about, he murdered
pictures.
by shooting in the back of her head Melissa Ramirez. We will take you through the evidence to Jeffries Road on the outskirts of Webb County, where her body was left, right where he shot her. On or about September the 13th of 2018, he killed Claudine Luera. And just like Melissa, 11 days later, 10 days later, he takes her near the area where Melissa was killed, the outskirts of Webb County or of the city of Laredo, and shoots her in the back of the head. We will take you to the overpass at the 22-mile marker in Webb County, where on September the 14th, he murdered Guiselda Hernandez Cantu. And finally, we will take you on IH-35, the 13-mile marker, where he murdered Janelle Ortiz. All of the crimes you will see, and the evidence will show the similarities and the scheme. You will see that all of the victims in this case worked in prostitution. The evidence will show that all of the victims had run-ins with the law. They had criminal histories. All of the victims suffered from substance abuse addiction. All of the victims were killed in the similar manner. Execution style, outskirts of the city of Laredo, either on the side of the road or in the shoulder grassy part.
To switch out my earphones. Those are starting to hurt my
next
ears.
to the road. And the last similarity and connection of all of these crimes was the gun. A 40 caliber HK government issued semi-automatic handgun with government issued ammunition. All of the murders, all part of the scheme, all connected. The evidence will show that it was September the 14th of 2018 that Trooper Francisco Hernandez was putting gas there at the Valero when this woman runs up to him and he turns on his body cam. He's given instructions to take her to a station. He takes her to the station. When she gets to the station, investigators are already working feverishly and diligently on this case. They're looking for the murderer of Claudine Loera and Melissa Ramirez. They're there. The Texas Ranger, Captain Calderon, will bring them to you. They get Erica to the station. This is Erica Pena. When she gets there, she begins the interview with investigators. She reveals her relationship with this guy that she knows as David. She tells him how he's nice. She tells him how he buys her food.
Clever.
She tells him how
using your middle name instead
buys
of
her
your
drugs.
first name. They'll never figure that out.
And that she's known him for about 5 months. What she doesn't know at this time, the evidence will show, that he's a Border Patrol agent, a supervisory Border Patrol agent. The evidence will show that sometimes when he would pick her up, his shirt would be turned, the polo shirt with the logo would be turned inside out. And when he would pick her up, the evidence will show that he always picked her up in the white Dodge 4x4 pickup truck. She will also reveal some intimate details about their relationship. Personal things that only she knew about David, which includes and included the sexual encounters that they would have. The most important thing that she provides investigators is, I know where he lives. I know where he lives. It's near the academy. I don't know the address, but if you take me over there, I'll be able to spot the house. She is able to take them right to his doorstep. That's where I was. And investigators that night were able to see the vomit that was still fresh on the front lawn. The investigators run the information through the property rolls. DPS, also through their intelligence, they were able to find out that the house belonged to this man who sits here today, Juan David Ortiz, and his wife. That's where he lived. The sheriffs, the evidence will show that the sheriffs put out a bolo, be on the lookout. Texas DPS troopers, deputies from the Webb County Sheriff's Department begin a search all over Laredo, focusing mostly on the boulevard where this type of activity takes place. And we will take you to that boulevard through the evidence. The evidence will show that approximately 1 a.m, Trooper John Henry Bradshaw, as he's driving, he looks over to the stripes on the corner of Jefferson and San Bernardo. Parked over by the dumpster on the far left side, he sees it. The white Dodge 4-door, 4x4, shiny truck. Trooper calls it in. Another trooper, Abiel Obregon, pulls in. They take a tactical position by the pumps. By now, this man is considered armed and dangerous. You will see the body cam video. We will show you the video. You will be there. We will show you the video from the store that was taken by investigators that shows Juan David Ortiz going in to use the restroom. And as he walks out, you will hear and you will see the DPS troopers confronting him from a safe distance, giving him orders. Put your hands up. Stop. Get on your knees. Get on your knees.
That's what he was telling the prostitutes, I bet.
You will see Juan David Ortiz moving, swaying, thinking. What does he do? He doesn't comply. He doesn't kneel. He says, "You're scaring me. You're scaring me." And then he runs.
Dow.
You will see the video of the chase on foot where he runs to I-35 access road south. Then he turns on a street called Constantinople. When he turns the corner, the two troopers who are behind him, John Henry Bradshaw tried deploying his taser and missed. Obregon's got his body cam, and you can hear him huffing and puffing while he's running.
Because he's out of shape.
Video. They lose him. They clear the area. They secure everything. Webb County SWAT, Sheriff's Department, gets on scene. DPS gets on scene. They look in all the surrounding areas. The last area that they need to check is the parking lot at the Hotel Ava. They go floor by floor, clearing the floor. There's not too many vehicles there at this time, but they're checking all the doors, they're checking all the hallways. Finally, they get to one of the top floors, and the evidence will show, and you will see as law enforcement being stacked up, make a tactical approach on this black pickup truck.
Racist.
And laying down in the back of the truck is Juan David Ortiz, hiding from law enforcement. A supervisory border patrol agent hiding from law enforcement. They arrest him. You will see the arrest. You will see the takedown. We will take you there. From this point on, the evidence will show, and this is very critical for all of you to please pay attention to, that law enforcement treats Juan David Ortiz with nothing but dignity and respect. Dignity and respect. You will even hear on the evidence, Juan David Ortiz, he tells one of the arresting officers, "Go ahead, take your trophy shot. Take your pick." The response, "We're not about that, bro. We're not about that." You will you will travel with him in the patrol unit when he gets in there. The camera on the patrol car is on. It's a Tahoe. He gets in it, it's on. They are treating him so respectfully that he volunteers. He hears the conversation. You see the gun? Anybody with a gun? He says the gun's in the truck in this area or in the console. You'll hear him. He volunteers that. Luckily, I will say this, through the evidence, you'll see that when he went to the restroom at the Stripes, when John Henry Bradshaw saw him, he left his weapon on the door panel of the truck. He didn't get off with the gun.
This guy's
Just
genius.
That lapse, that moment that it took, he left the gun in the truck. We will bring you that gun. The evidence will show that they transport him to the Webb County substation. When they get to the substation, they place him in a room. And it's around that time already that, as I told you, the evidence will show that the investigators had already been investigating this case. You will hear testimony that by this time, law enforcement had already made at least more than 30 contacts. That includes phone calls. Ma'am, do you know anything? Sir, can we speak to you? People around the street. Law enforcement had already looked at even some other suspects, other leads to other individuals. You'll hear about the intensive investigation, the due diligence that law enforcement was using to find the killer. Nobody was focused on Juan David Ortiz, who during this entire time was working at the Border Patrol Intelligence Center as
Hey,
a
Tank Rat, thanks for
supervisor,
stopping in.
watching
Hopefully we'll see you soon, and
the
especially on
investigation
Friday.
of the murder going on in his own community while in his uniform at work.
Eesh.
Phone calls being made, requests, can you check text, can you check license plate readers, vehicles traveling through this area, through that area, information that would come out of his station. He was there watching all of this, finding out about other suspects being questioned.
Yeah, that's a real special kind of
He
evil.
gets there, and you're going to see this. We're going to take you into the interview room. You're going to go to the interview room. You're going to see the video when it starts. At approximately 3:20 a.m. on September the 15th, Captain Fred Calderon and Texas Ranger E.J. Salinas begin the interview. You will see how they put the Miranda warnings in front of him. You will see how he denies to sign it, but he agrees to speak. You will see initially where he denies knowing anyone, denies knowing anything about what they're talking about. Deny, deny, deny. As they continue to present him with questions. What about Erica? We want to talk to you about Erica. And you'll hear him. And you'll read it. And you'll see it. The only Erica I knew was at Gladys Porter High School when I was a kid growing up in Brownsville. He says it. Very critical. And I ask you to focus during this portion of the evidence. Focus on the interview. Focus on his demeanor. Focus on his facial expressions. Focus on his hands.
For
What he
today,
says,
anyway.
The words that he chooses, the opportunities that he looks for. This is a man who's a supervisor, a veteran. He has a master's. You will see at the initial portion of this interview that he jumps at an opportunity that the Texas Ranger puts right out there in front of him. And he says, "Do you suffer from blackouts?" "I do. I suffer from blackouts." You see, since
Racist.
February of 2018, I've been a patient at the VA I was in Iraq in 2003. I had a motorcycle accident. We're in 2018. He's been a Border Patrol agent for more than 9 years.
Yeah, I've had 2 really serious motorcycle accidents, shattering my femur,
He jumps
breaking
on the
both arms.
opportunity when
I've
the
never
Ranger uses that
serial
word,
killed anybody.
blackouts. I've been given all these medications, my anxiety, my depression, my PTSD, that I black out, I wake up, and I'm somewhere that, how did I get here? One time I woke up at Pizza Hut. I don't know how I got there. And you'll see the evidence. I needed to go to the restroom. What were you doing at the Stripes on San Bernardo and Jefferson? Well, I needed to go to the restroom, but I don't know how I got there. I had a blackout. He remembers everything except the most critical parts of the crimes. He even, and you will see when they show him pictures, hey, there's this flowered purse in your back seat. There's this other brown purse in your back seat. Who do those purses belong to on the floorboard? I don't know.
Woke up in Pizza, guilty.
Well, they have condoms. They have syringes inside of them, lipsticks. Who do they belong to? I don't know. And he says it with a straight face. I don't know. I don't know how that got there. He continues with that. But eventually, through the questions, through the methodical questions that Captain Calderon and Ranger Salinas, remember, they've already interviewed a lot of people. Erica's down the hallway in another room, and she's told so many intimate and private information. They also have evidence from 2 crime scenes that he can't lie anymore. He says, okay, I know Erica. And I pointed a gun at her, but I wasn't going to do anything to her.
I was just pointing a gun at her, but I wasn't going to do anything to her.
The evidence will show that the interview goes into the morning. You will see during the interview that there was no intimidation. There's no coercion. They bring him water. They bring him potato chips. He asks for a bathroom break. They let him go to the bathroom. Everything's calm. Nobody's pounding the tables. It's a discussion. Hey, help us out. Help us out. We know you're a good person. You've served your country, and we thank you for your service. You're law-abiding. You're a family man. Help us out. Maybe they're able to reach that one little inkling of softness, if there is any, in his heart. And he says, yeah, I know Erica. Goes into the morning, and about 11:24 a.m., you will see it on the video. The telltale sign, you will see it. He says, can you take off my handcuffs? Take them off. You'll see Captain Calderon pause. This is a moment, critical moment. And okay, do I take the handcuffs off this guy? Based on his training and experience, he reaches for his key, takes it out of his pocket.
Dude, you take the handcuffs off of a serial killer?
You'll see him rub his wrist. Stretch. I did it. Can you tell us?
Wow.
You will see, and you will
Why
hear.
would Jeff be hammered? Jeff is
through his
stone
own
cold
words
sober.
how he took each woman to their last resting place. How he executed them. You will hear in his own words the indifference, the disrespect, the degradation that he has.
Well, I would say executing them is disrespectful. Yeah.
For these people to justify ending their lives. You will hear the evidence in his own words. I wanted to clean up the streets.
Yeah,
And
so
in
you
Spanish,
bang the
he says,
prostitute.
these
and then
people are mierda. These bitches are dirt.
or shit, depending how you
And I
wanna
was going to
translate
get rid of
mierda.
them. Law enforcement doesn't do anything about them. I will. I'm sick of them. That's what he says.
So this is one of these, yeah, clean the street guys. Yeah, exactly. Bernanco.
Trooper
Mhm.
Ranger Salinas and Captain Calderon says, look,
Yeah, so you buy them
told us
drugs,
about
you
Melissa.
bang them, and then you clean up the
you
streets.
told us about
This,
Griselda.
this guy's toast.
You told us about Claudine. That's 3. Is there anything else? You know, that last question that any good investigator asks, right? In a crime spree. Is there anything else, Ortiz? He goes, yeah, there's one more y'all don't know about. Janelle Ortiz. Y'all don't know about her. You'll find her in the grass over by the 13-mile marker where we used to have our Border Patrol checkpoint. Just right there, as you pull over behind the gravel little mound, she's right there. Law enforcement rushes out to the 13-mile marker right
hell?
behind the gravel mound, and Janelle is there, shot dead, shot behind the head.
Let me re-embiggen this. There we go.
You'll see at the end of the video.
Texas has the death
He
penalty,
says
but this is not a death penalty case. They're
that's
seeking
the whole
life in
story.
prison. I don't know why.
But that's not the end of the story. There's moments that are marked in your life. Moments that when they happen, you know things are never going to be the same. Time is divided into 2 parts. Before this and after this. And it takes strong people to continue to move forward no matter what they're going to find. The state knows that you are those strong people, and you will find Juan David Ortiz guilty.
Wow, okay, that was actually a pretty good opening statement.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I won't be as long or more dramatic as Mr. Alaniz. Let me just tell you that everything that Mr. Alaniz just said is not evidence. The only evidence you're going to get is from
that's
stand,
true.
Okay, it's what he
And the
thinks
judge
the
should
evidence
say
will
that.
show, but
Whatever the lawyers
you're gonna
say
hear
is
it
not
from over
evidence.
there. I know this thing's on. Now, the state also has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, and they have the burden of proof of bringing all that evidence to you.
True.
We don't have to do anything. The defense doesn't have to do anything.
Exactly.
So I ask you to bear that in mind because of that long, lengthy opening statement that he just made. Now, one of the things we would ask you to focus on is the investigation that the Webb County Sheriff's Office conducted together with the Texas Rangers. Together with the report writing, the lack of reports, the lack of protocol, and how they, just jump to certain conclusions.
Okay, that seems to be the argument. Rush to
It starts
to
with
judgment.
Erica Pena.
They didn't investigate properly.
Beginning September the 3rd of
railroading
2018, it was the first murder, right? And so now law enforcement is working and the like. Now, on the 14th, Erica Pena does run to a trooper and says, this individual pulled a gun on me or whatever. And that trooper reports it. And then these officers that are eager to solve these murders start acting on it. And they believe everything that Erica Pena says. Now, Erica Pena is someone that is a self-confessed heroin and crack addict.
That's
daily.
exactly what I was thinking.
She uses like $300 or $400 a day to maintain her heroin or crack addict.
Victim shaming, not good.
And she prostitutes herself. She has a child. Some women might prostitute themselves for their children. She prostitutes herself not for her child that's being raised by a relative. She prostitutes herself to maintain her habit. But the police still act on her word like it's gospel. We've had hearings in this case, and when Mr. Alanis talks that she wanted to get away, she literally said, according to her, that she heard voices. Not like, oh, I got a good feeling, you know what I'm saying? She was hearing voices that day that she says she was with Mr. Ortiz.
Okay, that's a problem,
to
actually.
this trooper that she was assaulted. And these individuals bought it hook, line, and sinker and acted on it. And it's just a focus on the investigation. Now, they put out a bolo, which is a be on the lookout for the vehicle that Mr. Ortiz is driving. And it's this white Dodge four-door Ram pickup, a 2015, I think. One of the troopers locates this vehicle at a Circle K. They're off San Bernardo, I think, and Jeffries. I'm not too sure. So I think it's San Bernardo. So he gets there and he waits for another trooper to show up. And when Mr. Ortiz comes out, they've trained their pistol on him, and one's got a military rifle pointed at him. And they're yelling commands at him. And he panics and he runs. Okay. He runs. Eventually, they find him hiding in this bed of a pickup, the SWAT officers. Now, in the interim, while the DPS troopers are asking him questions, they ask him, is that your pickup, the white Dodge Ram? And he says, yes. He doesn't abandon the truck. He doesn't say, oh, no, that's not my truck. He says, that's my truck. Okay. Once he's arrested, at some point, the DPS starts searching the truck there in the parking lot of the Circle K. And you're going to see that the doors are wide open. There's photographs of that. To this day, we don't know who took those photographs because the crime scene investigator that's in charge of this denied taking those photos. So we still need to figure that out. So they start searching it without a warrant. And basically the law says that to search your property, my property, anything, especially when you assert an interest in it, you should get a warrant. And you may get a jury charge
unless they give you
where the
permission.
judge says you decide if that search was proper. They transport the truck, they call it a wrecker, and they take it to the Webb County substation there in Laredo. There's been testimony where they claimed that the search was what we call an inventory search. So sometimes what you do is you stop a car and you're going to take it in. You do an inventory. Think about what the word means, an inventory. You want to see what's in it so that if something's missing later, you've documented there was a briefcase in the back, there was this, whatever. You do an inventory. It's not a search, it's an inventory. Well, lo and behold, you find where the record driver, different Webb County officers acknowledged no inventory search was conducted. But, but we know a search was conducted because we have the photos. The two individuals that are supposed to be in charge of this investigation is Texas Ranger E.J. Salinas and Captain Federico Calderon of the Webb County Sheriffs. We haven't heard from Salinas, but we heard from Calderon. We said, well, you said it was an inventory, but here we have this thing that it was inventory. I don't know.
With all due respect, I'm going to raise an objection, improper opening. He's bringing evidence from other hearings to this jury. I think
Just limited to what you expect the evidence to show in this case.
Well, the evidence is going to show, because if he doesn't answer that, we'll impeach him with that. We have the record, okay? So that's what the evidence is going to show. So then they have the truck now at the storage facility. It's a secure place. It's not going anywhere. And they search it again.
It seems to be that way.
Getting a warrant.
Defense is technicalities.
Okay. And they collect
Rush to judgment
from it.
Maybe not had a warrant.
And that too,
But
all
we'll
of
see.
us have a right, a Fourth Amendment right, to not have our items searched, whatever it might be, without due process, which would be for the police to go to a neutral magistrate. Police are police. They want to do stuff, right? They want to get evidence on you. But that's why we usually have a neutral magistrate review it and say, oh, yeah, you have the right to search this vehicle or this house. Or whatever.
I'm going to object. He's discussing issues about law. He's talking about applicable legal.
Well, the jury will get an instruction from the court after all the evidence has been presented in the jury charge that would include any law applicable in this case. But at this point, just it's opening remarks, as Mr. Perez mentioned as well.
I'll conclude with this one. And the reason is you may get a charge.
You got to be
from the
careful.
court.
You don't want to make too
Where it's
many
gonna tell
objections
you,
during someone's
you
opening
decide
statements, because you have
if
a
this
huge leeway what you can talk
search,
about.
which was a search,
It looks bad
was
if you
proper
keep
because it was
interrupting
without a
someone during
warrant,
their opening
because
statements.
there is law that says exactly what I'm saying. And so the court may instruct you, because you are judges of the facts. And the judge may instruct you and say, hey, you got to decide whether that was proper. And then if it's not proper, you are not to consider that evidence. That's why that's important, okay? You're going to find, unless it changes, that the evidence is going to show that to date, no one knows how they got into the truck. Most of us, we walk into a convenience store, at least I do. I take my keys. I lock my truck. And the evidence so far, and the evidence may be that to this date, we don't know how they got into the truck. And again, it's because we're focusing on the investigation. Now we move to the interview, or the interrogation, more properly stated, of Mr. Ortiz. So they transport him. There's several SWAT officers that at that parking lot arrest him. They say that they patted him down. Nobody mentions the truck keys. There is a video of him being transported, and Ortiz does mention a weapon that's in the truck. Okay. Now they have him already. Now by about 2:51 in the morning, they have him in the interview room. They start talking to him, and then one of the either Calderon or Salinas reads him his rights. Now, of note is something very important. On the video, and you see this video, when they are arresting him over at the garage, right then when you go into custody, one of the deputies starts reading him his rights, and the supervisor says, no, don't do that. Because they want him over here in a controlled environment where he can't assert his rights. And so you see the video where they started to read him his rights out at the scene, and then a supervisor stopped it. He says, no, don't do that. Now they have him in a controlled environment. They're videotaping him. They read him his rights. And it's a typical way that they do it, And then they ask him, do you understand your rights? Yes. But they don't ask him, do you waive your rights? Understanding them and waiving them are two different things. And you'll see on the video that they don't ask them, do you waive your rights? And I think you're going to hear from the detective, it's not like they forget to ask you. The evidence is going to show that
Oh,
it's
Jeff's not
it's
sleeping.
by
Jeff is looking
method,
at
it's
chats and
by
things. Calm
necessity
down, Alan.
on their part, that they don't ask you if you waive your rights. Regardless, he's there.
I've got to
Like
think
Mr.
about
Alanis
that.
said,
Understanding
he tells
versus
him, "Look,
waiving your rights.
I'm a war
If
veteran.
you, I don't think
was
you
in
have to
Iraq."
ask them if they waive their rights.
know,
You tell them, do they understand them?
He's been out for a
And
while.
if they understand them and then they start
He's
talking,
been successful.
then they
He has a
waive them.
wife. He has kids. He rose through the ranks of the Border Patrol fairly quickly and became a supervisor of the intelligence unit. Now, the intelligence unit, all law enforcement has them that I know of. SAPD has an intelligence unit themselves. And usually the idea is intelligence knows more than your average Joe out here, police officer on the street, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be intelligence. But he does tell them, I'm a war veteran. Several months ago, I started having nightmares. I started having post-traumatic stress disorder. I couldn't sleep. I went to the
Exactly,
VA.
Valhalla.
And they gave him a bunch of psychotic pills. And he gave him the name. They're there somewhere. There's a bunch of them. You know, he's under a lot of stress. He starts drinking. And then, yes, the issue of blackouts. You know, back in February, nothing
So
was
did he
happening.
black out and
He was already
murder
having
4
trouble
prostitutes?
with his memory and the like. Mr. Alanis says that attributes to the Salinas that said blackouts, but he actually, and by he I mean Mr. Ortiz, says, look, been suicidal, I've had blackouts, I'm broken, I'm tired. This is a defeated man. He's denying having been involved in these murders. And they hold him from 251, 7, 8, 9 hours later at 11:25. It's not that they broke him. It's that Calderon or Salinas say, hey, he's like, man,
It's
I
not a
miss my
death penalty
wife.
case.
How's my
It's life
wife?
in
We'll
prison
go get
case.
your pictures of her. We'll make sure she's taken care of. Oh, well, what about my pension? Will she get it? We'll get her the pension. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, okay? I don't remember it verbatim. They start promising him things. And then they say, hey, they walk out, they walk back in, and they say, the elected district attorney is here. Mr. Isidro Alanis is outside. We can put in a good word for you. That's the guy in charge of his fate. And they're telling him he is not at the Justice Center, not at the courthouse. He's not a cop. This is a police department area or a Webb County Sheriff's. He's a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. This is the Justice Department over there at the courthouse, not cops. They say he's out there. Mr. Alanis is present in the building. Something along the lines, if you start talking, we'll put in a good word for you. Okay? The DA is present. Help your family. Something along those lines. That's when he shifts.
He shifts.
And he starts talking about these murders. And he starts saying things that, honestly, everything had been in the papers. This case received a lot of publicity in Webb County. And so everything was in the papers. And on top of that, on this other murder that had occurred, remember, this guy is a member of the intelligence unit. I don't know, and I doubt that they know what information he has or he can get that your average captain at the Webb County SO doesn't. These are state officers. He's a federal officer of an intelligence unit. So God knows what kind of information he can get. And remember, he's broken. He's suicidal. He wants his family taken care of. He doesn't know where he's going to go. And he starts saying, okay, I did it.
So he admitted to
all the
killing
evidence
4
that you
people in
have,
order to get
including
3
the
square
firearm,
meals and a warm bed
no
to sleep
one
in? I'm not buying
can
that.
come in here and tell you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ortiz is the trigger man with that firearm that killed these women. You're not going to hear anyone come and tell you that he did it other than this coerced confession that the police got out
Coerced
of him.
confession. Well, there's an
And
assertion.
this is not the first time that any of you, I'm sure, have heard about false confessions. And so I want you to keep all that in mind. This is actually
Coerced confession
a
is
war
different than
veteran.
just a false
They ran
confession.
his NCIC. There's something called an NCIC, National Crime Information Center, Texas Crime Information Center, that runs your record. This man has a clean record. He's a good husband, has children. And he was in a bad situation with the VA giving him these medications that God knows what they do to you. So I want you to listen to the evidence, listen to the cross-examinations, listen to the investigation that this police officers made, and I believe you will find Mr. Ortiz not guilty. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Okay, that was different.
State want to call their first witness.
State
Holy
calls Erica
crap.
Pena.
They're not even taking a break. They're plowing through. I've got a shit ton of super chats to get through here. The Dusty Bulldog, thank you. Did he shoot into her before he shot her? What? No. Yes. Yeah. Stop. Go away. You sound just like the judge in the Chandler Halderson case. In fact, I thought it was you at first because I tuned in when they weren't showing his face, but he was talking. Do I? Huh. Spooky Spoon said a long time ago, like a long time ago, an hour and a half ago. Love you, Jeff. Love you too, Spooky Spoon. Hope you're still here to hear that. Definitely not Brandon. Now that was literally half a shot at best. Break out the legal pad and mark me down for 1.5 shots for F it Friday. We shall fell the tree you this month. Also, if Drex can take a break from extensive Baldo testing, Andrew Mindset should be able to make it to the stream. And Andrew is always busy on Friday nights, but he's always invited to. Simpin ain't easy. How is it that Darrell Brooks trial happened so fast and these others are years old? Court schedule, workload, plus also if you waive your right to a speedy trial, they can take a long time to do it. And I think Darrell Brooks didn't waive his right to a speedy trial. I can't remember. But you know, I mean, there can be any number of reasons, from waiving your right to a speedy trial to just wanting to go quickly to the court schedule. We're right here. Definitely not Brandon again. 3.5. And just going forward, you don't have to put these worthless comments on the screen when you're doing serious things. Also, can you please figure out how to work Rumble? I've been redacting the super chat for 5 minutes. Yeah. Me and Rumble, we're not great friends. We try though. I couldn't find the one. There's another super chat I wrote down. It's like, F it, I'm in for 2.5 on F it Friday. Toast to the P-Toots, officially requested. When you throw these back, I didn't highlight that one and it's kind of gone, but I read it. The Dusty Bulldog, dignity and respect. So they cupped his balls. Yeah, they treated him with dignity and respect.
The same oath you took earlier, man.
Hope they didn't cup his
You're
balls.
under the same oath. Maybe see it. You took an oath.
And Mike Morrison, as someone who has accounts in Laredo and has been going there for almost 2 decades, I want to remind the group that Laredo is one of the most corrupt cities in Texas. There's an assertion that I cannot counter.
Proceed, sir.
Ms. Pena, good morning.
Good morning.
You should train your dog to go to the
Can you
liquor store
please
for you. Attach note.
state your full name
I
for
have
the
plenty
record?
back there.
Erica
I'm just not
Samar
drinking because I
I'm
have to
gonna
work in the
ask
morning.
you to please speak or get up close to the mic or move the mic close to your mouth. Please listen to my questions. Answer
Give us
the
an
questions to
ASMR
the best
witness.
of your ability. Okay. How old are you?
31,
And where are you from?
Laredo, Texas.
How long have you lived in Laredo?
Born and raised.
Are you married?
No.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
1,
Okay.
Wow.
And how old is your child?
12.
Okay. Does your child live with you?
Not right now.
She's been a really well prepared witness. This just sounds
Ms.
like
Peña, do you have a criminal record?
repeating
Yes, I do.
what she's memorized.
I want to talk a little bit about it. Do you know more or less how many times you've been arrested?
Several times.
Well,
Is it more than 5?
Yes.
More than 10?
Yeah.
More than 15?
Not sure.
Okay. You ever been arrested for possession of a controlled substance?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies general jury what type of controlled substance you've been arrested for?
Probably cocaine or heroin.
So yeah.
And did at the any of
3
these
guesses
cases,
what
have
she
they ever
does for
resulted
work,
in a
and the
conviction?
first 2 don't count.
Yes.
Okay. And after you were convicted, have you ever been in prison?
Oh, yes, Marty
never.
Robbins, The Streets
Okay,
of
what type
Laredo. What a
sentence
great
have you
song.
received?
I was in probation for 2 years. Not too long ago. I just finished.
Are you currently under any type of
That's
supervision
El
or
Paso, never mind.
probation right now?
No, I'm done with everything.
Different Laredo song.
What, you ever been arrested for assaulting a police officer, resisting arrest, or terroristic?
Yes.
Yes. What about resisting arrest?
Yes.
What about terroristic threats?
Yes.
What about any violent offenses? You ever been?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you suffer from any type of addiction, Ms. Peña?
No. Not right now.
Not right now. Okay.
Have you before?
Yes.
And what type of addiction is that?
Heroin and crack.
Okay.
Oof.
Can you tell us or tell the jury? Well, let me ask you: are you sober right now?
I take methadone.
How long have you been on methadone?
I've been in the methadone a year, almost a year.
And where do you get that that methadone?
By McPherson.
Do you receive services?
Yes.
Okay. When was the last
Is
time you were
this
arrested?
speed dating? Nice.
If you recall.
Probably like 6 or 5 months ago. Probably 6 months.
Yeah,
Was that a misdemeanor or?
we watched. Oh, stop drumming your nails your nails on the table.
Revoked for probation.
Oh, okay, so you were revoked for not
Yeah.
not complying with your conditions.
Yeah.
Okay. And what does that entail? More drug use, or you came out dirty?
No, I just didn't go. I just didn't go and report.
Okay.
Yeah, he did, but he's
How
still
long have you
pleading not
been
guilty. So
dealing with this issue of substance abuse, or how long have you abused heroin, crack cocaine?
I started when I was 21, on and off.
Court TV doesn't have subtitles for this for some weird reason.
And you're 31 right now?
I'm 31.
So is it fair to say
Yeah.
that for 10 years you've been dealing with this
Yes.
issue? Okay. And how were you able to support this addiction?
Okay, how can anyone trust her testimony after saying she probably used this drug?
many
Well, see,
ways,
this is why the prosecution is talking about it now. They're getting in front of it. They're saying, okay, she's a
Working the
prostitute. She's been
streets
arrested 2 dozen
all the
times. She
time.
does crack. She does coke. So the defense can't use it to undermine her credibility as
Now, it's
effectively
okay,
later.
Ms. Peña. I know this may be difficult, but when you say working the streets, please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means.
Escorting.
Escorting?
Yes.
And when you say escorting, what does that mean?
If you're a hooker, just say it.
Working for money.
You're a
And when
prostitute,
you say
say
working
it.
for money,
Having sex.
for money.
For money. Yes.
Okay.
Say woman of negotiable
long have you been
affections. It
doing
sounds
that?
better.
Um,
Is this a
on and off. Six years.
You started in your early 20s?
I started when I was 23.
Now, on September the 14th of 2018.
Yes.
That was a few years ago now, right?
Yes.
Were you working at that
Yes.
and doing that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you're here today?
Yes.
Do you know a person by the name of Juan David Ortiz
Yes.
or David Ortiz? Can you identify him here in the courtroom or what he's wearing? You can please point to him. Do you see him?
Yes. In
And-
black.
In black? And from where you're sitting, he's seated in which chair?
In the corner.
In the corner. Okay. So what do
Kaiser,
you know
shame
him
on you.
as? What
What did I knew him as?
Yes.
David was a friend.
Okay. Now in
David was a
September of
friend of mine.
2018,
Dun, dun, dun.
you remember that day?
September.
September the 14th of
Yes, I
2018.
do.
Do you remember that day? I want to go back to that day. Okay. So you're in September. Before that,
Yeah.
how long had you known David?
I want to say 5-6 months.
So you knew him as early as 5 or 6 months before.
No, I want to say
Hey, there's some
5
grandma in the
months,
back
6
filming
months.
this.
Somewhere around there.
Okay. And since the first time you met him, he was
She could be
client?
press. I don't know.
I guess you can say that.
Okay.
The first time.
Okay. I want to focus now on what happened on the 14th, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury
Dave's not here, man.
on that day,
Nice.
where were you?
On San Bernardo.
Okay. And on San Bernardo.
Yeah, it was a very rainy day.
Okay. And what were you doing, or what were your thoughts?
I was standing up actually. A block from TKO, right in front of a small motel.
Near a bus stop?
Yes.
Not a feel
And
good
was
story.
it nighttime?
It was daylight.
Still daylight.
Yeah, it was daylight.
Was it starting to get late in the afternoon?
No, it was early.
Okay. And what if anything happened at that time?
What if anything?
I hadn't seen David in a while. I was mad.
I was born before
David
1977.
had broken
Yeah, I
my
was born in
phone.
69.
I was staying at a hotel.
How long had you been at the hotel?
Like a month.
It's got to be rough.
Before that
testimony
day,
for her,
had you
man.
been working the days before?
Yeah.
Which days before that?
Probably in the middle of the night. Not too early.
Had you heard anything about anybody being found dead?
By that time, yes.
And how did you feel about that?
Scared. Because,
Exactly the summer of 69.
Nobody
July.
knew
Summer of 69.
who it was.
How did you?
Everyone was, all the girls were watching their backs. And the word was around.
I'm going to ask you, how did you feel?
Frightened.
This is really depressing.
When you say the girls, who are you referring to?
Jocelyn, Suhey,
Laredo, Texas.
Are these other girls?
Patty.
Okay. And these are girls that also work on the street?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you're standing or seated right there at that corner.
Yeah.
What, if anything, happens next?
What if anything happens?
I'm
well,
so
you said
tired
it
of
was
lawyers saying
starting to
what if
rain or was
anything.
Yeah.
raining? Okay,
David picked me up. Yeah.
okay. Now, when he drove up, what did he drive up in?
In his white Dodge.
May I approach? May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what I'm marked as State's Exhibit 1. And just ask you if you recognize, this exhibit, yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict what's in there? Is it a true representation of what
Yeah.
what it is?
Mhm.
State's Exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence at this time.
Can you tell us what you see in front of you on State's Exhibit 1?
I see a white Dodge.
And who does that white Dodge belong to?
David.
Have you been in that white Dodge before?
Yeah.
How many times?
I don't recall how many times exactly, but plenty of times.
Oh God, this is a brutal testimony, man, for both of them.
I think so, yes.
Hey, what? What's going on here?
More than 10?
Several times. Plenty of times.
Had he ever picked you up in any other vehicle than this one?
No.
How is it that you would arrange to see David?
How is it that
How would you meet up with David?
sometimes he would call me, sometimes I would just randomly see him.
But Gypsy Soul says it's like she's on trial here. The prosecution wants to get all of the terrible details of her life, all the
You
sordid
knew
details
David
out
for close to 5 months.
before the defense does.
Yes.
Because then it's already been addressed.
Do you
It
remember
sort
how
of
you met?
de-weaponizes it
Yeah.
for the defense. The
How
defense
did you
can't
meet?
really use it to impeach her
I
or
met
to
him a
get
block
after her
away
because she's
from
already talked
the
about it and already
evidence.
admitted to
It
it.
was nighttime.
You met him a block away from the Evelyn. The
The
Evelyn.
hotel,
Okay.
hotel, a
That's-
block away
Okay.
in
That-
the corner.
On the corner. You remember the street corner? What street it is?
In the corner of the Stripes.
Okay. Is that Jefferson Street? Jefferson
Yeah.
and San Bernardo?
Yeah.
Okay. And did someone introduce you to him?
No,
Tell the ladies and gentlemen how you met him.
I was walking and David stopped, asked me for a ride, and I said yes. We talked for a little bit, and that first night we ended up in no hotel.
And what, if anything, did you do at the hotel?
We had sex. We conversated.
Did he give you money?
Yes.
How much?
I don't recall.
After having sex and conversating, what, if anything, else happened?
He drove me home.
To your house.
Yeah.
So he knew where you lived.
Yes.
Okay. How was David? What was his personality like?
Very nice. Very sweet. Very funny. Normal guy.
Except for he
Did you ever
allegedly
notice
murdered 4
any
people.
Odd behavior.
Never.
delusions?
I don't know what happened to him.
But you need to answer my question. I know you're nodding your head, but did you ever notice delusions,
No,
hallucinations,
no,
that his mind was not normal?
no, never.
Did you ever see him depressed?
I don't know, not that I recall.
Did you ever see him to have anxiety in front of you?
No,
Anything unusual about
no,
David?
never.
Okay. Would David do drugs with you?
No,
But he would take you to the drug house.
yeah.
And who would pay for the drugs?
David would give me money.
He would wait for you outside?
Yeah.
And what would tell us typically how does that work?
David knew my drug of choice, and he would wait for me outside, and we would drive around, conversate.
Converse, not conversate.
Did you do that on this day, September the 14th? Did he take you to buy drugs after he
Yes.
picked you up? Yes?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you go and buy beer?
Yes.
Anything else that you bought?
Cigarettes and beer.
Based.
You mentioned the Evelyn Hotel.
Yeah.
Did you ever go there with him to the Evelyn
No.
Hotel? Do you remember what hotels you went with him to?
Only one, Cactus. The
Was that-
Cactus.
Okay.
Yes.
Was that on several occasions to the Cactus? Or just once?
I recall once.
Okay. On the other times that he would pick you up, where would you go?
Sometimes we would just drive, park in any street, go to a park.
On September the 14th, what did you do after you bought the drugs?
We went to a store. I got off. I changed because it was raining.
I bet you got off.
He told me we were going to his house.
Did you buy anything there at the store?
I bought beer and cigarettes.
What kind of, who was the beer for?
Bud Light
For who?
for David.
And what did you buy?
Cigarettes for me and him.
The beers, what type of beers were they?
Bud Light,
Okay. And were they the small beers or the big beers?
just regular.
Tallies.
Tallies?
I learned
Regular
the phrase
tallies,
today for
yeah.
the tall boy. They're tallies, huh?
Did you have a purse with you on that day?
I had a small purse, a flower purse,
Remember what color it was?
pink.
Okay. I approach you on it. Yes, sir. I'm going to show you what I'm marking as states exhibits 2, 3, and 4. And once again, I'm going to ask you to just look at them. Go in and hold these and flip through them and see if the pictures are accurate. What's within the picture.
Yeah, I recall my bag.
Well, before that, just can you look at all the pictures? Can you look at number 2, number 3, and number 4? Are those exhibits accurate?
Yes,
Yes? And you recognize those items in the exhibits?
I recognize my bag.
Okay. You recognize what's in there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2.
For the record, you're offering them.
Yes, I'll offer them into evidence, Your Honor.
Exhibits 2, 3, and 4, you said?
Yes, sir.
They'll be admitted into evidence.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's in Exhibit 2? What do you recognize from that photo?
My handbag, my pink flowered handbag.
Can you also see it in this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you have in that handbag?
I had condoms, some syringes, and I don't recall what else I had in there. It's been a while.
Did you have that bag on September the 14th when David picked you up?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What else do you see in here?
The tallies.
The tallies, are those the 3 Bud Lights that you bought for David?
Yeah.
After you bought the tallies, what if anything happened next?
We drove to his house.
Did you agree to go to his house?
Yeah.
Okay. Had you been to his house before?
Yes.
And remember where he lived?
Yeah.
What part of the city was it on?
North side.
The north side?
Yeah.
I'm gonna approach. When I approach again, I'm gonna ask you if you look at these exhibits. I'm gonna mark these for identification purposes as exhibits 5 and 6. Just if you recognize it. Yes or no?
Not this one.
Not this one? Okay. Do you know what it is though inside there?
Yeah.
This is just rough testimony. This is just rough. Yeah, exactly. The cross is going to be even more rough. I mean, this is just.
This is exhibit 5.
Ugh.
I'm gonna also ask you the same thing about State's Exhibit 6.
Yes.
You recognize that? Okay.
Hell, if she's clean and sober like she says she is, this cross examination could drive her to fall off the wagon, man. She's gonna get just brutalized. Well, while they're doing that, we'll see how many of these super chats we can clear here. Luke Pearson, this is the personification of Jeff's liver. Solid take.
Ms. Pena. Hi.
Edgar Maggard, the
I'm
defense
Horace
attorney
Dennis,
is
and
spicy in a
I'm
likable
one of the
way.
lawyers that represents Mr. Ortiz. On this receipt here on State's Exhibit number 5, I mean, can you read out what it says there, or is it just any receipt that
It says
Jeff, this witness
Powerade,
is awesome. Thanks, Lex.
Marble, Bud Light, and the $100 bill David gave me.
do you see the date on there?
Where?
I mean, I'm asking.
On the receipt.
Yes, ma'am.
Here we go. This is going to be brutal.
Trying to see. Can't see it.
Wouldn't it make sense to not go hard on
Oh,
her from the
down
defense point
here.
of view? I think they need to kind of crush her. I mean, it's sad and it's
14,
brutal, but they need to
2018.
crush her
You
credibility.
recognize this receipt from back
Yeah.
then, or you're guessing?
No, I went inside that store, I changed and I bought what I bought. And I gave him his change back.
Okay. Thank you.
No objections, Your Honor, to 5 and 6.
You're offering them? All right, State's Exhibits 5 and 6 are admitted into evidence at this time for the jury's consideration.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and you just answered it, but what did you buy there?
I bought Bud Light, a Powerade, and cigarettes.
Was it how many Bud Lights did you buy?
Breakfast of Champions.
I can't see.
How much did you pay?
Powerade, Bud
I
Light,
ha-
and
I ha-
cigarette.
David gave me a $100 bill.
Gee.
And what did you do with the change?
I gave it back.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 6.
Yes.
What is that?
David's house.
You went there that night? September the 14th of 2018?
Yes.
And prior to that night, had you been there before?
Yes, I have.
He had taken you there before.
Yes.
Do you drive, Miss Pena?
I know how, yeah, I know how to drive.
Do you have a car?
No.
Have you ever driven to this place yourself?
No.
How did you previously get to this house?
David picking me up.
David's a busy, busy man with the prosies.
So you get to his house. What exactly happens when you get there?
I sit on the corner of the table
Where?
in the
In what part of the house?
next to the kitchen.
Okay. Is there anybody home at this time?
No, just me and him.
Okay. Do you know if David's married?
Yeah, I knew.
Okay. Where was his wife?
I'm thinking McAllen.
Yeah, please continue. Continue to buffer. That helps. Why are we buffering?
Okay. Do you know if he has children?
2
Okay. Where were his children?
with the baby mama.
Okay. Had he told you they were out of town or?
Yeah.
I feel dirty for watching this. Ugh. Oh, come on.
You're sitting at the table in the corner near the kitchen. What, if anything, are you doing?
What am I doing?
Yes.
I'm dissolving the heroin. I shoot
God.
up.
Okay. And what if anything happens next?
David goes to the bathroom, comes out with a mouthwash.
Oh,
The mouthwash for you or for him?
yes.
For me.
Oh,
Do you-
yes, for her. Oh,
No, I
God.
didn't use it.
Okay.
You didn't use
He
it.
had asked me to take a shower before
Yeah, take a shower and use the mouthwash.
having sex.
I see dirty whore, but
Were
that's
you-
redundant.
Able to have sex with him?
No, we didn't have sex that night.
Up until this point, was everything okay?
Ugh.
Up
As
until-
soon as we entered the house, David wasn't himself anymore. I saw him just not himself, very nervous.
How did he begin to become nervous? What were you all, if anything, talking about?
We're talking about some other stuff. Then all of a sudden he said that he was afraid that they would check his DNA because he was second to last to be with Melissa. And
Or the last.
What was your response to that? What did you
I
tell
told
him?
him that if if he didn't have nothing to do, he shouldn't be scared.
Yeah,
So
well, he
what
had
else,
something to do
what
with it,
if
so he was
anything do you
scared.
do next to calm him down? Do you stay there in the kitchen?
I started shaking. He noticed me when I got scared.
Okay. And what do you do next? Where do you go?
I'm grabbing the cigarettes, shaking.
Okay. You
I
grab the
asked,
cigarettes? And
huh?
you said you grabbed the cigarettes.
This is a damn
Yeah.
lucky
And do you
woman.
stay in the kitchen or do you go somewhere
No,
else?
I asked him if he goes with me to smoke outside.
Okay.
And we're outside, and
What if anything happens while you're outside?
what if anything happens?
Yeah. What else happened when you were outside?
I sat on a chair because by that time I felt scared. I didn't want to give him my back.
Did you have your phone with you?
No. I had asked him inside if I could call my mom, and
Okay.
Stay.
Seriously rough, man.
You didn't have a phone.
no, I did not have a phone at that time.
At any time that you were there, did you attempt to call anyone?
I asked him if I could call my mom.
Did you call your mom?
No.
Why not?
I think he said, "Hold on, I'll lend it to you in a bit."
So he ignored your request.
He ignored my, yeah.
Do you stay outside or do you go back in?
We're outside, and I tell him I forgot something in the truck, and I head towards the front door, and as soon as I step outside, I start vomiting because I felt very nauseous, very nervous.
Why were you feeling nauseous? Why were you feeling nervous?
I don't know. I just felt scared and nauseous.
What were you scared of?
I just got this feeling.
What feeling? What was David doing that made you scared?
Oh, Your Honor, that's leading.
What if anything?
Talking about hiding evidence
Okay, what
because
if
someone
anything
might
caused you
suspect
to
him
get
of
scared?
murdering the other prostitute.
When he
That
said
would
he
be
was
scary.
second to last.
Exactly.
That
Good
kept
answer, lady.
me
Good answer, lady.
Thinking
Thinking what?
I could be next.
that maybe he was the one
He was the one that what?
that had been murdering.
Smart woman.
That was in your head?
That was in my head. Yeah, because he had never been nervous.
Okay. After you throw up, what happens next?
I think I tell him that maybe it's because I had not ate anything all day.
Except for drugs.
And then what happens next?
He says we'll stop somewhere to grab a burger.
Okay. Do you leave his house?
We both get in the truck. I think he locked the house and got inside the truck.
Before you left his house, did you complete the act of having sex with him?
No.
But you were there for that.
Yeah.
How many times?
I don't recall.
How many times had you been with David sexually?
I don't recall.
Is it more than 5?
No. I don't recall.
Okay. When you had sex with him, was it intercourse or oral sex or what kind of sex?
Oral sex, foreplay.
Do we need to get into these details, really, prosecutor?
Had you ever seen David without his clothes on?
Yes.
Without his clothes on?
Without his shirt, yeah.
Distinguishing body
When
marks.
you would have sex, you would be both
The
naked?
first time we went into his house, we laid in his couch.
Did David have any markings on his body?
Yeah.
2 tattoos, 2 hummingbirds.
Okay.
Good
on his
questions, good
chest.
answers.
Any other tattoos that you recall him having?
Mainly those 2.
Okay. What exhibit am I on?
Lancelot 652 says, I need the prosecutor to say "Helts" just once in his accent.
7 and 8.
Julio, serial killers brought to you by Bud Light.
Just ask you if you. I'm showing you exhibit.
Illegal
7.
Vices 420. Crack is whack. So
recognize,
bring back the
what's in
5-shot
that
pimp
photo?
cup shot for Friday. Everyone has a prize.
Answer verbally.
Yes.
But that is another shot.
And is it an accurate photo of how he looked around that time?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you exhibit number 8. Is that also an accurate picture?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with what's in that photo?
Another tattoo.
Are you familiar with what's in that photo?
A tattoo.
The answer is yes or no. Are you
Yes.
familiar with what's in that
Yes.
photo? Okay. And he had these markings
Yes.
on that day.
Yes.
Man. Hey, Div.
And you're
Welcome.
offering them states exhibit 7 and 8.
Good
are
to
admitted
see you,
into evidence
Divinity.
this time.
So you remember and you testified, if you can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, exhibit 7. Now you could talk about the tattoos. What are the tattoos that he?
They look like 2 hummingbirds, those chuparrosas.
Chuparrosas?
Para mí se ven como
chupacabras.
chuparrosas.
So
He's
what
got
you're
the
saying is
2
to you
blue
they look like
chupacabra
2
tattoos.
hummingbirds.
Hummingbirds. Yeah, to me.
Okay. What else does he have?
A flag.
A flag and 2 hummingbirds. What a manly man.
A sun.
Did he have those tattoos with you or on his body when he was with you?
Yeah.
Okay. This is exhibit 8. Have you seen that tattoo?
Yeah, this guy is the border agent who became a serial killer,
Yes.
allegedly.
And that was when you got
Or a serial killer who targeted,
Together.
or, he targeted prostitutes.
1 through 8. Can I publish 1 through 8 to the jury, Your Honor?
Prosecutor needs to say, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
So
Nice.
you're going to go get a hamburger. Tell us what happens next.
David parks behind a tractor and just says, wait, hold on. Pulls out a gun.
When you say tractor, is that a tractor?
Of course he's hating this.
Tractor trailer?
Tractor, yeah.
Like an 18-wheeler? Like one of these?
No, like a truck driver.
Oh, a truck driver, a big
Yeah.
tractor
Yeah.
that pulls a box.
Yeah.
And where does he, is this in front of the store?
Behind.
Behind the store.
Yes.
Okay. And why didn't he park in front of the store?
I don't know.
Okay. What if anything, happens next?
As soon as he took out the gun, he just stared at me, didn't say anything. I opened the door.
Let's back up a little bit.
Yeah.
How were you feeling when he stopped there behind the store?
Nervous.
Did he say anything to you?
No. I remember telling him if he could go drop me off.
Wait for the next question. Only answer the question that's being asked, please.
Did
Thank
you say anything to him?
If he could go drop me off
Drop you off where?
where he had picked me up.
So you wanted him to take you back
Yeah,
to where he picked you up on San Bernardo.
yeah.
What did he say?
No. Yes.
He didn't say anything.
So you're parked there. It's nighttime.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
You're behind a tractor, behind the store.
Yeah.
Then what happens?
Some way, somehow, I took off running without a shirt.
Before that, inside the truck, tell us about what you remember when he pulled the gun.
He's trying to grab me by my left shoulder.
Where did he get the gun from? Had you seen the gun?
I had not seen it. No.
What, if anything, did he do with the gun?
He just pointed it right at me.
When he pointed it at you, show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where he pointed to you.
Right here at my face.
Right
Jesus.
at your, hold up your hand and show us how.
Just like this. With his left arm.
With his left arm,
Yeah,
he put the gun next to your face.
yeah.
What else, if anything, did he do while he's pointing the gun
With
at your
his
face?
right arm trying to hold me back from not getting off.
How did you get away?
I took off running. I snapped.
You got off the truck, you said, without your blouse.
Yeah,
What happened to your blouse?
I don't know.
How did you lose your blouse?
I don't even know. Everything would happen so fast.
He stayed with your blouse?
I don't know.
Did you pull off your blouse?
Some way, somehow, I got out that blouse.
What did you do after you got off his truck?
I run to the store and there's a trooper. I'm crying hysterically.
This is a damn lucky
sorry?
woman.
Repeat that.
I run to the store and there's a trooper putting gas.
Okay, and what do you do?
I go up to him.
What do you tell him?
That someone had just pulled out a gun at me.
What were you feeling at this time?
Nervous, shaking.
What did you tell the trooper, if you remember?
That we were at his house and I got scared. I ran outside. We went to the store.
Were you afraid he was going to hurt you?
Somewhere in my mind, I had those thoughts. I don't know how, but I did.
What did the trooper do after you asked him for help?
He freaking out. He's freaking out.
As soon as there's a break, I read yours just a
he
few minutes
takes
ago.
me
You must
to
not
the
have been paying
police
attention.
station.
I read it and made the appropriate mark on my yellow pad. Your super chats are all caught up.
What happens when you get to the police station?
I tell them my story.
Okay. Do you remember how many officers you were speaking to?
Like 3 or 4.
Okay. What do you tell them?
That that I knew David and that he had pulled out a gun at me.
Okay.
Always.
Did you provide any other information about David?
Yeah, I told them where he lived.
Okay. And how were you able to tell them where he lived?
They took me and I pointed at his house.
Did you know the name of the street?
By that day, I don't remember now, but that day I did look at the streets and all I said is, remember this street.
Okay. So that night, the officers take you to the neighborhood and you point out the house.
Yeah, I recognize it right away.
Okay. After you show them the house, what happens next?
Mm-hmm.
I think they start pulling up pictures and I said, yeah, that's him.
Well, technically,
At
he's
that
not pleading
time,
innocent. He's pleading
September the
not
14th
guilty.
of 2018,
It
did
seems
you
they're
know
relying on the
where
defense
David worked?
is relying on the
Yeah.
state not doing things properly, technicalities.
Where did you know? Or
I
where,
knew he was a supervisor with Border Patrol.
okay. Did you know that from the very beginning? You met him 5 months
Not from
before?
the very beginning, no.
At the beginning, where did you think he worked? Did you know he was law enforcement the first time you met him?
No, not the first time, no.
When did you find out he was law enforcement?
One time when he took me to go score, he had the shirt inside out. He got
What's
off
this shirt inside out thing? That's weird.
and
He had a shirt inside out. Please describe to the jury what does that mean?
the
Yeah.
uniform inside out. And that's the day I found out. He told me that he was a Border Patrol.
Did you also have any personal knowledge of David
Wait, we just lost volume
being
here.
a client of any of your friends?
Excuse me?
Did you know if David was also a client of some of your friends?
Melissa. I didn't know anything about the rest. I knew he was friends with Melissa.
You know how long he had been friends with Melissa?
Not exactly the time, no.
Did he ever talk to you about Melissa?
Yeah.
Do you know if he was seeing both you and Melissa
Yeah.
at the same time?
Yeah.
Around the same time. he was-
Around the
Pillow
same
talk.
time.
Dude
was
is
seeing
serial
both
killing
you
people and
and
telling other
do you know if
hookers
he was also
about
seeing
the
Melissa?
dead people.
Yes.
Do you know if he would take Melissa to buy drugs?
I don't,
Okay. If you know.
I don't recall that.
Had you seen him picking up Melissa before on the boulevard?
I think before meeting him, I saw his truck. Melissa had short hair. She was sitting under a tree. by that time, David didn't know who I was.
So he knew Melissa longer than you.
Yeah.
Had you ever seen Melissa at the county jail?
Yeah.
Yes. How long did you know Melissa?
Quite a while.
What is quite a while?
A couple of years.
Okay. Are you familiar?
Take a minute here to catch up on some things. Legal Vice says, didn't she say she was born and raised in Texas? Why the accent? Because she's from Laredo, and Laredo is literally right on the Mexican border. So, yeah, there is that. It's literally right on the Mexican border.
Show you where I marked the state's exhibits. 9, 10, 11, and 12. And I'm just going to ask you if you recognize.
Yeah.
Damn it, I was muted. Ha! Oops. Sorry about that.
You recognize this person in this picture?
Yes.
You know her?
Oh, Ty Beard would be awesome to be here. Ha. Hopefully you're talking about Ty Beard. Kurt.
You recognize the person? Exhibit 11.
Ty Beard would be a great guy to have around.
You recognize the person? Exhibit 12.
Yes.
And while they're dealing with that, the deal with Thea, why does she talk like this? Because Laredo is literally right on the border, like we mentioned. Yeah, I know the court dropped volume like suddenly. So it was balanced. Now I'm trying to rebalance it. That's why I was muted. I was also listening to it to see how it sounded.
No, because there's no who to offer these, Your Honor.
All right, state's exhibits 9, 10, 11, and 12 are admitted into evidence at this time.
So you knew Melissa for how long?
4 years.
Did she also work on the street?
Yeah.
Did she also abuse drugs?
Yes.
What about Claudine?
A year or two.
Worked on San Bernardo?
Yes.
Had you ever seen her in jail?
Not Claudine.
You said that Cantu?
Years.
For years. Was she a friend?
Yeah, years. Since I started.
Since you started when you were 23?
23, yeah.
And did she also use drugs?
Yes.
What would you call her?
Chelly.
Chelly?
Yeah.
What about this person?
Janelle.
How long did you know Janelle?
Years.
Was she a friend of yours?
My best friend.
And would she also use drugs?
Yes.
Was she also arrested a few times?
Yeah.
As your best friend, would you all hang out? Or what would you do?
Me and Janelle, the same. Walk, make money.
Outside of that type of work.
Wish I could make money just walking.
Yeah. Janelle would go to my house,
What type of person?
hang out, funny.
As to the last question, what type of person she was?
Well, I mean, I want to make sure he doesn't get into.
Overruled on that question. You can, Roger, if you need to.
Janelle was funny.
Yeah, Janelle was funny, very caring, had a lot of friends.
Her personality.
Yeah, was outstanding.
Do you know Chetty's personality? How was she?
There's a
Very
dream.
calm.
A calm person. Was she peaceful?
Calm. Yeah, very calm.
What kind of person was Claudine?
Very calm.
Did you ever have any interactions with her?
I don't recall how many times, but a couple of times.
Never had any problems with her?
No.
And what about Melissa? What kind of person was Melissa?
Funny.
Funny. Sounds like Pauly Shore.
Very funny.
She was fun to be around.
Yeah, she would lighten up. She entered the room.
Exactly. Just business transaction. Be upfront with it.
I want to continue where we left off, and that was when you said that once you showed him where he lived, you go back to the station. They show you pictures. They investigate the house. You said they show you a picture.
I know.
You identify him
I'm trying to balance the damn volume
as the
here,
person.
and I keep listening, and then I
what-
forget to
what
unmute
happens
myself.
after that?
Dang it.
Like 3-4 hours. He gets caught.
When he got caught,
This boomer
still
moment
there?
brought to you by
And the police
StreamYard.
station?
yes,
Yes.
you were at the police station in a room.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have to do anything else that night?
No.
Okay. During the time that you knew that he was a law enforcement officer, did he ever at any time go and see you during his working hours?
I just answered that question. Yes.
When he would see, and I'm sorry I didn't hear if it was during his working hours. I know you said that he had his shirt turned inside out, but during his working hours, he would go and see you.
When he would get out of work.
Okay. Any other times that you saw him, was he ever in any government vehicle?
No.
Cigarette,
Never.
and thank you so much for your memberships. Always, always appreciated. Again, super chats aren't required,
Besides at one time
aren't
when his shirt was
expected,
turned
just gratefully
inside out, did
refused.
he ever go and
Gratefully
visit
refused.
you with
Gratefully
any
accepted.
other type of uniform?
Not that I recall.
Okay. In the times that you went to his house, please describe his house to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did he have a lot of furniture? Was it very little furniture? Was it
It was a nice house.
Did you see any family pictures there while you were there?
I don't recall family pictures.
Did you ever see any photos on the stands, on the tables, the coffee table
I don't recall photos.
at all? The other time that you went to his house, where was his family, if you know?
Out of town.
How many times did you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury did he take you to his house?
Probably 2.
2 times before this last time?
Yeah.
And on those 2 other occasions, did you also have sex with him those times?
The day we went to his house, no.
No, but those other previous times you were there, did you shower there?
No.
Did you have sex with him?
No.
Did you perform oral sex on him? The other times that you went?
No.
Did he give you money?
Yes.
Do we need the real gory details?
Other times, did you ever perform or have sexual activities with him in his vehicle?
Yes.
Where?
In the parking area.
The parking area of what location?
Walmart.
Well, I mean,
behind
it's
the
necessary
motel.
to the point to show that he has a thing about
You also would go to
having
the
sex
parks
with
with him,
hookers.
you said.
Yeah.
But
Would this
I
be
mean,
during the day or would
it's
this
just
be
one of
during
these
the night?
gory but necessary things.
Night.
Okay. How many times, if you recall, did he take you to go score, as you say it?
I don't recall.
He would pay for the drugs?
Yes.
Okay. We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, here we go.
Briefly.
Let's see how the cross-examination goes. Wow. All right, I guess we're taking a little bit of a pause here. A few other things that I'd mentioned. I'd noticed. Man, wish you could speed her up. She talks very slowly. Welcome to Texas. By the way, everybody,
All right, so
reach down there and hit
it's,
that like button. It's
1
been a while
p.m.
since I've
We're going to
riffed
go
through
ahead and
that.
take a lunch recess at this point. I'll ask everyone to please be back by 2:15. I understand there's a cafeteria here in the building, and then there's several restaurants nearby. So I'll ask you all to, again, remind you not to discuss the facts of the case with anyone, not to watch any news accounts or read any newspaper articles regarding this case. The previous instruction I've given you in the past. And Mr. Medina, can you please everyone?
All right, for the jury.
To the jury. 2:15, please.
Exit. Yeah, that's some pretty sound advice, I think, actually. Wow. Well, where are we sitting on this? Robert Lawrence says, Jeff, I can't compete with the millionaires in chat, but at least this might be worth a drink or a bite. Thanks for the streams. Hey, Robert, this isn't a competition. Like I said, I don't require super chats. I there's no minimum. I don't expect anything. Just anything anybody does to support me is just gratefully accepted. Everything goes to a worthy cause. Me and my degenerate lifestyle. Thank you so much for that. Seriously, nobody should ever super chat something they can't afford. I don't expect it. I just gratefully accept and respect anyone that shows any support for me whatsoever. Thank you so much, Robert. That's deeply appreciated. Did someone just ask me smash or pass? For no, I hope I didn't read that right. Yeah, an hour and 15-minute lunch break here. Quite frankly, I ain't gonna make it. It is now 4 a.m. here. Yeah, that's not gonna be able to do the whole stream. Again, I didn't even know this damn trial was starting today. It was just one of these last minute things. I'm just kind of looking through here to see who is doing what in the grand scheme of things that we is there somebody we can send you to. Oh, God. Illegal vices 420. This goes to 6.5. Yes, I will die on that half shot hill. Everyone keep your powder dry for Friday's fireworks show. The Kindle is lit. What are we drinking again, Jeffrey? Well, and thank you for spelling my name correctly with R-E-Y instead of E-R-Y. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 plus 7. All right. There we are. 7.5 shots lined up for Friday already. Friday's drunken grifty boozathon will be a 22-year-old Loch Lomond St. Andrews golf course commemorative bottle, one of 4,000 on planet Earth, valued at around $700. Ugh. Because that's how generous you guys were last time. So there we go. But the pump is primed. All right. Anyway, I'm looking through here to see if there's someone we can hand off to. I doubt it because it seems that nobody knows that this particular trial was going on at all. I didn't until one of my mods, I believe it was Rose, mentioned it to me this morning. I'm like, oh, okay. Hang on here real quick. Well, I don't know. Again, what are we? What is FTX laundering money through Jeff's liver now? That was funny. Nice. Let's see. What do we have here? Redirects. Who? The lawyer you know. Future conflict is live. Upcoming. What is the lawyer you know seems to be reacting to Amber Heard stuff. The amicus briefs. All right. I have a question for y'all here in chat. Because we have, first of all, we have a bunch of people here in the chat. We got 856 likes and 1,000 viewers. And I know probably those 800 people have all left. So everybody, I just ask you to do me a big favor. I'll be happy. Let's just get this up to 1,000 likes. That would make me very, very happy. We need less than 150 more. While I'm doing this, I know you guys don't think about the likes a bit, but creators, we really, really need the likes. The likes are what YouTube looks at when they decide whether to recommend a video, whether to put it on somebody's homepage, whether to put it at the end of somebody's video for a watch next. All of that comes from the likes. So I tend to grift for likes more than anything else because those are the important matrix that YouTube looks at. So I would be grateful if you would all do me a kind favor and reach down there and smash that like button. And while you're down there smashing that like button, which I know you're all going to do because I asked you to from the bottom of my humble little heart, while you're down there doing that, answer me a question. It's just 4 a.m. I got to check out here. I'm like 9 shots of alcohol into my evening, and I've got to be awake for work in about 3 hours. I just got to tap out. We've got 2 options. I can either just dump everyone into the law and crime feed for this if you want to watch more of this, or I can dump you into the lawyer you know who is reviewing the Amber Heard amicus brief in relation to her appeal against Johnny Depp. 1 for law and crime and 2 for the lawyer you know and the Amber Heard amicus brief. Which one do you guys want? One for more of this trial, 2 for, it doesn't have to be law and crime. It can just be anyone else involved in this stream. Looks like everybody wants to go do Amber Heard stuff. All righty. We'll get there in just a minute. So to wrap this up, let's see what we be looking at here. Smash the like button as hard as you possibly can. Once only, please. Otherwise, you unlike me. All right. I am now setting it up to dump everybody into, and he just started too. Okay, so we'll be getting you in there early. So the lawyer you know has just started the Amber Heard thing. Sure. All right. I'm getting that set up to hopefully have some sort of ability to dump you straight into him. If it works, cool. If not, just search for the lawyer you know, and that'll get taken care of on that end. We've got 921 viewers and 1,176 likes. Why does it say it says 856 likes on my pad, but it actually says 1,177 on the other one? All right, I'll take the 1,177. That works. Scanning through. We have another super chat here. Shh. Yes, Vices. We need the gory details for the full trial. On a totally unrelated side note, I need to go buy more lotion and tissues. Dude, no. My hands and allergies get bad this time. Ugh. Yeah. You disgust me. Well, I believe that's the last super chat. Let me scroll up to make sure that's the last super chat. I don't want to miss anybody's. Now, all right, let me give you a quick overview of what's happening in the next few days, and then we'll dump you off and we'll start again tomorrow. What we've got coming up tomorrow on my normal stream, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. UK time, we'll be doing an update on the Taylor Schabusiness murder trial. For those of you that don't know her, she did some serious drugs. Her and her boyfriend got in an S&M thing. She choked him out with a chain, killed him, chopped up his body into little bits, left his big head and his little head in a bucket at the bottom of the stairs for mom to find, and then confessed everything to the police. She has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. There was a status hearing the other day. We're going to talk about that status hearing and where we go in the future. We'll also be talking about the University of Idaho murders with Meme Copium, who has been kind of deep diving this for the past several days. We'll do that and have him fill in some blanks. Wednesday, we're going to be talking about the Colorado LGBTQ murder that happened at the bar recently, what we know so far about that, and especially this guy's degenerate father. Thursday is O.J. Simpson Day. We're going to be listening to other witnesses, and next week O.J. Simpson will be the glove, the "if it does not fit, you must acquit" glove. But we'll be doing other things with OJ today, a couple other witnesses, and some heat when the prosecution asks Judge Ito to recuse himself. Friday is the Fuck It Friday stream we've been talking about all night. $100 shots. We grift away. We have an all-star panel lined up. It's going to be fun. For those of you that haven't seen a Fuck It Friday, we just read ridiculous news stories. I save up my news stories for an entire month. Just all these weird, wild, wacky news stories that have something vaguely to do with law so we can justify it. We read through as many of those as we can. We have a good panel of guests. We just shoot the shit, go off the rails, make fun of things, and have a great time. Usually, I have like 30 or 40 news articles planned. We usually get through about 3 in 4 hours, just because we're having too damn much fun. We've got some updates to do. The guests so far that have committed to coming in are Aussie Overlord, great Australian lawyer, Steph the Alter Nerd, who is probably still lurking in chat here behind the scenes. She's got a great, amazing, it's only been 6 hours. We've got an amazing channel, Steph the Alter Nerd does. Lots of pop culture stuff, cutting edge stories and entertainment and internet related issues. Go check her out. She'll be there. Joe Neerman, Good Logic, he'll be on the stream at some point. Farron from Fair and Balanced, Meme Copium will be there. And Drex is definitely planning on trying to get in. He'll be at work, so I have to do it from his phone. Well, he tried last month. They had some problems getting through, but we'll see if he gets through this time. Flux, one of my favorite mods, who also has her own channel, she'll be popping in. Danny On, a good friend of mine who those of you the regulars of my channel know and love, she'll be on there. Megan Fox, writer Megan Fox, not actress Megan Fox. Megan Fox will be here. Andrew Signor from Popcorn Planet will be here. And not Radix Verum, she will be on here. Christina, she said that she would pop in. It'd be awesome to stop in by. So there we are. That's the guests that have said they will come in so far. And Tank Rat should be there. The Maps and or the Brandon Collective will probably be there, salting the chat. So we're gonna have a lot of fun. We're gonna have a super amount of fun on Friday. So be there, be square. Right now, we're gonna end this thing. We're gonna dump you all into the lawyer you know. Let him know that he's got a illegal vices raid. Tell him hi from me, and y'all take care of yourself. We'll see you tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. UK, 10 p.m. Korea, and midnight Australia time. Until then, take care. Mods, thank you. All you super generous super chatters, large and small, thank you guys so much. And thank you, chat, for being here. Everybody that's just listening in the background, come back later, give us a like, and subscribe. We're out of here. See you tomorrow. Take care. Bye now.